Please welcome a player who has rediscovered his very best this week. Back in a ranking final for the first time in 5 years and bidding for a second Welsh Open crown just after a decade when he won it in Newport. Here comes the Flying Scotsman, Stephen the Maverick Maguire. Oh, he's up for it this afternoon, and so too his opponent. One of the all-time greats, emerging for the 36th ranking final of his career. Amazing to think his run of 23 titles started with the Welsh back in '08. Can he roll back the years in style for a second crown here in North Wales? The four-time world champion, the jester from Leicester, he's Mark Selby.
Yes, Llandudno paying its respects warmly to two Welsh snooker legends. They would have enjoyed this one, I'm sure. We've got two modern-day stars in the final, Mark Selby against Stephen Maguire, and in the commentary box for part one, Ken Doherty and Andy Stevenson.
Thank you, Ian. Good afternoon, everyone. It's been another great week here in North Wales, and we have a final that promises much. Mark Selby has reached 35 ranking finals in his career before today and won 23 of them. But Stephen Maguire, a formidable opponent, having his best week at a big tournament since 2020.
Whenever you're ready.
And a wonderful tribute pre-match to Ray Reardon and Terry Griffiths. So we are all set.
Stephen Maguire to break.
Yes, what a wonderful tribute to two Welsh greats. And I'm sure we're going to be in for a wonderful final, Andy. A really packed house here in Venue Cymru. As the crowds have been absolutely amazing all week. Great support, and I'm sure we're going to be in for a great final. This is one of the all-time greats, Mark Selby.
And like Mark Selby, Ken, this tournament was the first ranking victory of your career too, so special memories always coming back to Wales.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. It wasn't here, it was down in Newport, but still, yeah, to have your name on that wonderful cup and trophy was a great honour. But yeah, I think it's good to see Steve Maguire back playing really good quality snooker. Come through some tough matches this week. Mark Williams, of course, he beat. Jack Lazowski, of course, was another cracking match in the quarterfinals. And then last night against Ali Carter, well, that could have gone anyway. Both players, well, particularly Mark Selby, could have taken that red on, but just trying to find the pace of the table. But he hasn't played a very good safety shot there. I'm very unlike him. Possible red. The only thing about this red just left of the pink is he'd be going into other reds and it'd be very, very dangerous. Maybe he can just get through the gap to the red, just left of the black, and play it as a shot to nothing. Yeah, he could do. And he's got it nicely. Okay, that little kiss on the black doesn't really help his cause, but good pot nonetheless.
2013 champion. He beat Stuart Bingham 9-8. He's also been runner-up in the Welsh Open to John Higgins a couple of years before that. 43 years old now, Stephen Maguire.
Six.
Been around a long time, of course, Stephen Maguire, but I'm sure there are still some nerves. It's first final for a few years, as we've mentioned. Just checking to see if the black will come past this red for a couple of shots' time. Looks pretty tight to me.
Yeah, it looks like it would pot. It doesn't have all of the pocket. But yeah, no, as I say, it's good to see him play so well. He's been in sort of a little bit of the doldrums of the last couple of years. As Dominic said, he's been tinkering around with different cues over the years and must have found one now that he's really sort of happy with. So he's playing for the black here.
7.
As long as he's not straight on this blackie, well, he's not. He's perfect. So he could play for the loose red just at the back of the pack. Play off maybe 2 cushions here.
Well, we saw Stephen Maguire
Stephen
miss a
Maguire,
couple of
7.
easy chances last night against Ali Carter. It's something that's pestered him all week to a certain extent.
Yeah, he just didn't have the full pocket, did he? He was just trying to squeeze it in off that left-hand side. Allowed too much. And now he's left this red for Mark Selby. He'll be going into the pack of reds here, so he's got to get that cue ball away from the reds onto a colour. Oh, the pink. Well, it might be okay if he's on it. Can he get by the blue? If not, he's got the blue into the yellow pocket.
Semi-rattled in. He's had a long old week, Mark Selby. His match against Elliot Slessor went late. The
6.
quarter-final against John Higgins was an absolute epic 5 hours of play to get past Higgins. 5-4. He's played plenty of snooker in the last 6 days.
Seven.
He joked after that Higgins match that he was going straight to the practice table for another half hour knockabout.
Yeah, that was a grueler, wasn't it, against Higgins? But he's a man who's probably come into this tournament with a little bit of form. His form of late hasn't been great, but only maybe a couple of weeks ago when he won that Championship League, made a 147 as well. So that would have given him a bit of confidence, because he hasn't been on the winner's rostrum in any of the major events for a little while.
13.
Now, can he find the gap here when potting this red back up to get top side of the blue? He can.
14.
And has he got a nice angle? He has. So, okay, he's got a couple of loose reds, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to try and go into the pack, bring that pink into play. Lovely shot. Now, is he on one? Always need a little bit of luck.
19.
Looks like he's okay. Got a couple he can choose from there. The 2008 win we mentioned in Newport. Beat Ronnie O'Sullivan 9-8. Came from 5-8 down in that final. It was always going to be tricky, this break, with the black up on the cushion and only now releasing the pink.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward, this. He doesn't like it. He's digging down. It's just a little bit closer to that cushion than he would have liked. So he's going to play an alternative red, maybe back up for blue or ball colour here. Missable this when you're digging down on the cue ball. Yeah, not easy, that. He played it with that element of say. Needs a bit of luck here. I think he's going to get it. He's got cover.
Mark Selby,
He's
19.
got away with that.
Gives a hand of apology to Stephen Maguire as Maguire gets out of his chair.
It just goes to show, Andy, doesn't it? It's, you know, we deal in fractions on a snooker table, and just another fraction off that cushion, and he was straightforward on a red into that corner pocket. He could have held for the pink. It was just a little bit awkward. Now, what can Stephen Maguire do here? Not much to go at. He normally has the philosophy of, well, he likes to pot himself out of trouble. I think he's going to take this red on.
Allows Selby back in. Is there a pathway through to the red between the brown and green? He's got options as well towards the top cushion, Selby.
One.
Yeah, that was a good solid pot. Nicely on the blue. He may play for the red just below the pink here. Just bounce the cue ball off this top cushion.
Six.
It looks pretty good.
Seven.
Now, where does the pink go? Does it go on its spot? That's where you'll have a look. If it doesn't, it would be more beneficial because it would just go on the black spot. But is there a spot available? If it is, well, that may tie it up completely, and that's what it has done. Well, no, maybe it's available into the left centre, so not too bad.
$14.
Playing in force for the Ray Reardon Trophy. Beautiful it is too. And the small matter of £100,000 for the winner. Runner-up gets 45,000. And it's a packed house inside venue Cymru. Great to see this tournament so well supported in Llandudno. Third year we've been here now for the Welsh Open. We've always had great crowds. The players enjoy coming here.
20.
Yeah, started here last Monday morning, 10 o'clock. And the crowds have been filling up ever since.
21.
Very well supported. And the players love that, of course. As well as the whole of Llandudno. It's just a beautiful seaside resort. Lovely promenade. Nice hotels and shops and cafes. And all the players really enjoyed coming here these last few years. Great welcome to the tour. Another good solid pot for Mark Selby, holding the spot, so blue will go on the black spot.
26.
This next red feels like a crucial moment in the frame.
$27.
Yeah, just one good positional shot here for one of these reds just below the pink into this bottom right corner pocket. And this looks pretty good. Excellent shot for that red just below the pink.
30.
You can stun into the red just below that and still hold for the pink or the blue.
So the world number 4 very much in the driving seat in this opening frame.
31.
That's not come off exactly how he would have wanted. Pink's still on, but it's a tricky one into the right centre. Or can he get past to the blue? He's just taking a close look at that.
Well, he preferred to be on the blue because the pink was a lot more difficult to get on his next red. The blue would be straightforward, but it's pretty tight. Doesn't have much of the blue to have a look at. It may just be just about on it. Yeah, well played. Just about. And once again, Andy, it's just fractions, isn't it? And then another little bit up the table with that cue ball. And he might have been struggling to keep this break going, but good shot.
A red and a colour. Should take him past the winning post. Again, didn't want the flick on the pink. He's got away with it, glancing up at the scoreboard, but uncharacteristically loose position in the last couple of shots from Mark Selby. Recovers well. 55 ahead, 51 remaining,
43.
as you can see.
I was just going to say, it was one of those where he just made sure of the pink, just to leave his opponent leading the snooker. He's going to play this plant. Looks pretty good. Oh, just held on well.
Mark Selby, 43.
He's got a 55-point lead, but Stephen Maguire will definitely come back to the table. Almost dropped.
One.
Yeah, he could have done with the black being on the spot because he would have only needed 1 4-point snooker, 3 reds, 3 blacks, and all the colours to tie. But the fact that he's taking pinks means that he's going to need 2 4-point snookers now. But it's definitely worth playing on. There's always the possibility of a free ball as we have a look at this plant
7.
attempt. Look for all money, it was in there.
Eight.
Not a bad table to come back to when you're needing snookers. The brown and the green relatively close together as a target. Could get in behind the black later on potentially as well.
Yeah, and I think he'll keep this last red on the table. He won't try and pot it with a... He'll try and knock that up into the bulk area and try and get a snooker behind the pink.
14.
So he might stun the red off 2 or 3 cushions, but just try and... He's got to get that cue ball tight behind the pink to make it really difficult. No.
Stephen Maguire, 14.
That's a misjudgment, and he's also left the red.
One.
So that should be that. Well, look at where the black might end up. Doesn't go in. And another head from Stephen Maguire. Means that Mark Selby has taken that opening frame, but signs even early on that this could be a lengthy old match. Selby leads by a frame to 0.
Cue doesn't suit me. You look for something else. You're looking for a magic wand, and they don't exist. You have to settle with something that works. If you play one good match with a cue, and you play a variety of shots and they're working, there's nothing wrong with the cue. But, you know, it just gets into your head and you can't stop tinkering. There's always something out there that's better than what you're using, and it's a disease in the end. You just can't stop doing it.
Got a feeling this is a theme we might come back to at some point today. We're looking for a magic wand then in the final, and it's Selby who's got the advantage early on.
Yeah, and Mark Selby certainly used his wand in that first frame. It was a decent break to get himself to the snooker's required stage. He had to work hard for it. It shows you, it sort of gives a little signal that he's queuing well. And well, Stephen Maguire is going to have to play some of his best snooker, I think, today. But he is playing well. He's found a cue that he likes, and that's important. And of course, Andy, Stephen Maguire, you know, he plays up in Glasgow, his practice partner, be Anthony McGill, and of course, the great John Higgins. So he'd be playing someone like John Higgins every day. It's only good for you. He'll be well aware of what Mark Selby is going to throw at him today.
Yeah, he's been out with Higgins for dinner and a pep talk after the earlier rounds when Maguire wasn't happy with the way he was playing. That pep talk has obviously paid dividends. And we often see lots of facial expressions and occasionally frustration and anger from Maguire. Last night he said actually he felt almost calmer because it was Ali Carter who was the more animated in his seat.
Yeah, it was a battle of the angry men last night, wasn't it? But Steve Maguire was the calmer of the two, and he came out on top. Played really well. He's going to have to play some top quality safety today because he's playing against, well, one of the best safety players of all time. And he's got him in trouble here. Wonderful shot on 4 cushions. Purposely putting the cue ball over that side of the table because of the congestion down the right hand side. As we look at the back of venue Cymru here, look at that. What a beautiful view. Ooh, got close.
Trying to pot his way out of trouble.
He played it with an element of safety. He definitely won't be taking the red along this top cushion below the black, Mark Selby, but he does have a possibility of a red into the left centre.
Not quite for Selby. Stephen Maguire, the UK champion just over 20 years ago. He had a great run in the world's top 16. 11 consecutive years in the top 16 it was, and as high as world number 2 for some of that time. And that's an error. Selby may well go for the red above the cue ball. It's going to be awkward queuing. But Maguire pretty fortunate there, really, Ken.
Yeah, and I suppose, you know, Mark Selby got a little bit of luck in that first frame when he covered that red in the bog. This time it's Stephen Maguire's to get a little bit of luck. Well, he's looking at the red, but it's very, very dangerous. I don't know how he's going to get on a colour if he does put it. But this is very missable. Oh, great shot. Wonderful shot. Oh, cue ball always going towards that corner pocket. But good pot nonetheless.
One of those shots that you see so often where the player deserves to be on a colour after it, but not to be on this occasion.
Yeah, it's a classic case, this. Like, that red is
Yellow.
a lot more difficult than the possibility of the green into the same pocket, but This is what match play is all about. If he misses the green, he's going to stick his opponent in, where there was an element of safety with
Selby 1.
the pot on the red. So keeping it tight, trying to keep a bit of pressure on his opponent, keep him at length.
That's another mistake from Stephen Maguire, and look what he's left Mark Selby this time.
Well, every time he's come to the table, Stephen Maguire, he's been faced with a really tough return of safety. And twice he hasn't made it, but this time it's a lot more straightforward. The red, we could play. Well, I'd be playing for yellow here. I'd like to try and get that yellow back up on the spot. Delicate little shot off this top cushion. Play for yellow and then try and get that red just beneath the black. That will, well, get the black back on its spot and free up around that black spot. So try and just bounce the cue ball a few inches off this top cushion for that red, just below the black.
Three. Four.
And he played that well, and he's got a beautiful angle on the black here, just to play it a little cannon into, well, the red is just on the right of that 5, just above the black spot. He's okay, he's on a red. Could have been nicer, but
11.
may have to play for bluer ball colour here.
For a while this week, it looked like we might have our first Welsh winner of this event for 26 years, but both of these two beat a Welshman on their way to this final. Selby saw off Jamie Jones 4-0 in the third round, and Steve Maguire beat Mark Williams,
17.
who is the last Welshman to win this tournament.
18.
Doesn't feel as though it's going to be long before we do have another Welsh winner to cheer in this event.
Yeah, and it's great to see so many representatives of
25.
Welsh snooker. It was a lovely little piece that Lee Walker did going around the snooker clubs of Wales and seeing the young up-and-coming talent as well. So it's in a very,
26.
very healthy state. May play a little cannon on these two reds just below the black here. Push one towards the pocket. Yeah, lovely.
$33.
Now this time the angle may be going into the reds here, unless he can dig down. He's trying to see, can he dig down and avoid the reds that are close to this right hand cushion. If he can't avoid it, he can certainly go in with pace, but it looks like he's digging down, trying to avoid it and hold for... Yeah, I didn't think he could avoid it.
34.
Very difficult, but it's not too bad. He's still on the black.
Well, a collector's item.
Mark Selby,
Miss black off the
34.
spot. Need to rub your eyes to believe that one.
Yeah, but there was a little bit of pressure on it, wasn't there? Because he knew that he missed. He was leaving his opponent this red. It's not a wonderful chance at all. I mean, there's a lot of reds safe, so he's going to have to work hard at this. But he'll be just delighted to get back at the table, get some points on the board, get his cue arm going. Well, that was a delightful
6.
little kiss off the second red, just to separate the pink and red there. Leaves the red into the left middle, pink to follow.
Seven.
Well, he's played for the black, but it's a little surprising because could have held for pink and got the loose red just above the pink. Now he's not a great angle on this black here. Yeah, couldn't do anything with it, and now faced with a really tricky red along this top cushion. Very, very missable.
14.
Nicely played by the Scotsman and appreciated by the audience.
Yeah, that was a really wonderful shot, because if he missed it, he was always leaving it in the jaws of the pocket, so there was extra pressure on it, but he
22.
floated it in beautifully. Now, this is where it gets a little bit more difficult. Gotta get a good angle on possibly the pink here off this red. Pink or blue, but just to separate some of those reds on the right hand side cushion. So pink it is. Just screw into
23.
those three reds. Plenty of cue power he has. Steve Maguire, he's not lacking in that department, but he's going to need it here. A lot of force to try and move some of these reds off the cushion and into a potable position.
Done really well to get in amongst those reds. He's unfortunate to be stuck on the cushion with the cue ball.
29.
I think straightforward here. And it was a bit like this against Ali Carter last night, where it felt like every time Stephen Maguire was putting a break together, it was a hard break. There was nothing easy coming his way. Highest break last night was 85. But he really had to fight for every single point of field, and this is really difficult. Oh, it drops in.
30.
Yeah, another wonderful pot off the cushion with pace. Now, what sort of an angle has he got on one of these bulk colours to get up? Try and get in behind one of these reds. There is a bit of a gap between a couple of those reds just off the cushion. He'd love to try and get behind one and have it maybe into a middle or a corner pocket. Oh, he's trying to loosen the red off the cushion. And he's played it well, but missed the pot.
30.
He's having a right smile to himself, but that has gone wrong. Yeah, lovely cannon on the red, knock it down towards his corner pocket, but he's left Mark Selby. Well, an easy starter.
1.
As you can see, the pink can't come past that red. As he lost the cue ball here, Selby. He's given that a bit too much. Well,
6.
just when you thought he was going to snatch this second frame, it's up for grabs again.
I don't know what happened there. He's obviously hit the cue ball too hard, but I don't know where he got a big bounce off that ball cushion. But he's misjudged it by quite some distance.
Mark Selby, 6.
Let's have a look at this cue ball. Let's watch it spring off that. Look at that spring off that ball cushion, but still miscalculated. Yeah, simple safety shot he played there, but very effective. This red is tight enough to this ball cushion to make this just a little bit awkward. He's got to hit it. The extreme right-hand side of this red. Well, he's going to leave the red, is he? Has he got cover? I don't think so. It's pretty tight. Has the pink come to his rescue? Can Stephen Maguire get enough of this red to pot? I think he can. He's shaping up for it.
Nope. He could get to the potting angle. But he's not made it. Good pot from Selby.
1.
Rapid its way in. Can now roll up behind either yellow or brown if he wants to leave Maguire in trouble again.
It was a typical Mark Selby shot, wasn't it? He played it always with the element of safety, keeping it in case he missed it. And the cue ball was always going to be down in the bulk area. He wasn't going to leave anything. Now, just roll off the blue, trying to get cue ball down behind the pink.
Mark Selby, 1.
Has he got it? Steve Maguire letting referee Desi just have a look down the line, just in case he misses it. There shouldn't be any problem off one cushion. It's not the problem of hitting the red, trying to keep it safe. Needs a bit of luck. You never know where the red's going to go. Well, is it potable? These middle pockets are so tricky. That angle looks very, very acute.
Decided against it. Understandably so, and the result is a good one.
watch this red at the back. It could leave the cue ball there. He might get a little bit of luck. The blue and brown may come to his rescue. And it has done. Selby with a 12-point lead. He knows that that green is a little bit of insurance for him. But once again, he wants to try and keep this red safe. Ah, that's a great shot. Wonderful escape. Beautifully played.
Acknowledged by his opponent with a tap on the table. Get behind the pink. So that is a careless one from Stephen Maguire, and you can see what he thinks of it.
Yeah, such a poor shot from Stephen Maguire there. He sort of decelerated on his backswing. He had a big target, brown and blue, to get cover. The only problem for Max Selby here, take the pot on, but he's got to avoid the black. Yeah, digging down onto the cue ball, had to avoid the black, just made that pot a little bit more difficult. Didn't expect him to miss it though. And he sort of got away with it slightly. I mean, the pot is on. Will he take it on? He might try and knock the red onto the green, get the green out into play here. Wouldn't be a bad idea.
May well have been trying what Ken suggested there, but didn't get it right.
Yeah, I think he was, because that green out in the open would favour Stephen Maguire with a 12-point deficit.
Would you say, Ken, that Maguire, if he's to win this final, can't afford to get locked into a safety battle with Mark Selby?
Well, I would say so, because I think, you know, you've got to play, well, the probably perfect safety game against this man. 9 times out of 10 in situations like this, he's going to come out on top. However, if Stephen Maguire can win frames like this, that will give him great confidence. He's a very good safety player in his own right. He's well able to mix it with the best. But he won't enjoy this safety battles as much as maybe Mark Selby will. But he's got to keep patient. I think patience will be the key for Stephen Maguire in this final. There's no doubt about that, because this man will test him in every facet. Played a good one there.
He has, but you can see there, safety success. Selby well ahead on that particular stat. Oh, in it goes. And the pink comes to a halt nicely over the centre pocket. Well, just comes round enough for the yellow. It was a nervous wait for Selby. We watched the cue ball all the way around the angles there. Great pot from the world number 4.
Yeah, just coming past that buckle and just giving him a lovely angle. He needs yellow and green. He's got a lovely angle. Knocked the green just off the cushion. Oh, he's got the double kiss. Didn't want it.
9.
Left himself a double. Doesn't have to play the double. It wouldn't surprise me. He's looking already at not playing it because that brown and blue is a big target for a snooker. Cue ball down beside the black. Green in the middle of the ball cushion. Well, he hasn't played it well.
Mark Selby 9.
But he's got a good 21-point lead, 25 remaining.
Well, Maguire might have pulled out a cracker here. It came past the black, which was unlucky. So Mark Selby only needs this green to leave Maguire requiring a snooker. Oh, it's a beauty again. What a way to just step up and say, I'm taking this frame.
Yeah, it's a shot he's so good at. He knocked the red in. The last red, pretty similar. And that one, but just look at where the cue ball was finished. You know, had he missed it. Such a clever player. It's such a tough match player. And as I was saying, Steve Maguire has got to match him in every department. It's going to be a real test for him today.
3.
Doesn't want to get embroiled in long frames, Maguire. He's got to score when he gets his chance.
Oh, and the cue ball's gone in off.
Mark Selby 4.
So that should be that.
And the frame.
Unlucky finish for Stephen Maguire. But Mark Selby has given himself a cushion. He leads in the early stages of this final by 2 frames to 0.
His hunger to win something is the greatest.
It is, but you know, he's won 6 ranking titles in the past, but not for a very long time. And this technically is a little bit of unknown territory for him now these days. But obviously he won a win and he's given it his all. It's just certain things are going to have to happen for him. And the main thing for him at this moment in time is get a frame on the board and get himself into the match.
Well, it's early days in this best of 17 final. But you feel Stephen Maguire does need to get a frame on the board as soon as he can.
Possibility of this red into the bottom right corner. Type of shot he normally likes to go for, but when you're 2-0 down, it just, well, it becomes a little bit more difficult. Refusing it, trying to play an aggressive safety shot, and he's played it pretty well. Good shot. It's sort of the case there where he wants to get the balls open. As I said, he doesn't want to be embroiled in long safety battles with this man. He wants to try and attack, and playing safety shots like that will help him. Good return.
It's funny, Ken, most of the interviews I've done with Stephen Maguire this week, which have all been interviews after he's won matches, he's never seemed completely happy with the way he's actually been playing in any of those matches, but this by far the best performance of his season.
Yeah, and I think even though, you know, he's a former UK champion, he's won 6 ranking tournaments, he hasn't been in a final of a ranking event for a few years. And that could play a little part. Mark Selby already won the British Open, I said the Championship League only a couple of weeks ago. More of a prolific winner on the snooker circuit. But he has the pedigree, Stephen Maguire. That's why he's got to keep telling himself and believing in himself. And he's played some wonderful snooker this week, but he needs a frame on the board very, very quickly.
So Maguire, whether he likes it or not, caught up in another safety exchange here with the master.
He's played a pretty good shot there, though. Mark Selby can only... Well, he's looking at just playing a containing safety shot to lay just on these 2 reds and close to this top cushion. Not straightforward to get it back into the bulk area, so when that's not possible, you try and leave the cue ball in such an area that you know you don't have the advantage. You're giving the advantage to your opponent, but there's not much you can do as long as he doesn't leave a possible pot on here. And he has. And a chance for Stephen Maguire for red into the right centre.
Just that little bit further off the top cushion than he was a couple of shots ago. And it makes all the difference. Didn't want the cannon off that red. Another error out there when Maguire badly needs to put a decent break together here. Still on that red though.
Four.
You could play for the red just to the left of the black spot here. Got a nice angle on the blue. That looks pretty good, and that will get the black back on its spot after this red.
9. Ten.
So this is certainly not a gimme, this black, but if he pots it and gets on one of these reds just above the black spot, he's in really prime position. Yeah, well played. Good shot, that. And now, and see, this is the difference. That aggressive safety shot brought plenty of reds into play.
17.
Kept the advantage, and now he's forced a mistake, and now he's given himself a wonderful chance. This is
18.
where he has to hurt Mark Selby, send out his own signals to him, and try and put him under pressure.
with his achievement this week of getting to this final. He's secured himself a spot at the World Grand Prix next month in Hong Kong as Stephen Maguire. And
24.
moved up on the one-year list rankings into the top 32.
25.
But wants to win this title more than any of that. That's worked out well. So a bit of fortune on his side, as you always need.
32.
Turn this into a real frame-winning
33.
opportunity now.
Forty. $41.
Break starts to get a little bit more complicated now after this red. He's built up a nice lead. Maybe
48.
one of those reds, the two reds that are close together just to the right of the pink, maybe the outside one does pot.
$49.
He's coming around just to have a look at that red. So maybe that the right red of the two will pot. If not, he's got a nice angle to split them up. No, he's okay. Well, has he hit it hard enough? I say he's okay. He hangs his head slightly. Maybe the cue ball hasn't pushed through far
55.
enough. Is he on the red? Maybe just about. Yeah, we'll play it just about.
56.
Big sigh of relief from Maguire. The flick on the green doesn't help him at all. Took the power off the cue ball.
60.
Just having to fight for everything at the moment, Maguire. Doesn't seem completely in control yet. And that's exactly what can happen. Really unlucky with the double kiss that's left the red over that
60.
pocket. And that could be so damaging to Maguire's confidence. With a break of 60. And a healthy lead, but for how long in this frame?
Yeah, and that previous shot, the brown. As we look at this red again, it was a difficult pot. But the previous shot, the brown, he took the green off the ball cushion, which would have favoured Maguire. So everything, well,
One.
sort of in the open and in a way. Okay, those two reds sort of tied up. They're close to this bottom left-hand corner pocket, but any sort of connection on them, and they'll be both free in a few shots' time. So, what a chance for Mark Selby here for a counter-attack. Plenty
7.
of points to work with.
8.
Beautiful angle on the pink. He's just got to position that cue ball anywhere between those two reds, and he should be on at least one. Oh, well, would you believe it? Wow, what a miss.
Mark Selby, 8.
Concentrating on the position more than the pot. The shake of the head tells you all you need to know. Stephen Maguire, a reprieve. Doesn't fancy getting the rest out for what would be a long stretch for the red below the cue there, so playing safe instead. So all 3 frames so far. Both players have had a couple of bites of the cherry at them. Cue ball looks pacey. He's stuck one up here for Maguire.
Yeah, with a 52-point lead, he just needs this red. So. I'm not quite sure where the black is available into the opposite corner pocket, but just make sure of the red. Leave Mark Selby needing the snooker. Wow, what was that noise? Right on his backswing. That would have affected him. I don't know what happened there, but a right smile from Stephen Maguire, but it certainly didn't help him for sure.
Touching ball.
Oh, what a time for that to happen.
And he's left a touching ball, which means Mark can just play away. He can try and hide that cue ball right up behind the yellow and the green here. Perfectly judged. Maguire just needs to keep his head here. Still a very healthy lead. Not so much wriggle room in terms of points left now for Selby, as there was a few moments ago. Now, will Maguire be able to see enough of this red past the blue? Oh, yes, he can. What a pot that was from Maguire. Takes him now to a position where Mark Selby would need a snooker if he comes back to the table. That was a cracker. Rolling back the ears, Stephen Maguire. The black should make sure. Yeah, and that will give him a little boost of confidence that he needed. He's off the mark now, you would feel.
8.
60 points in the lead. 51 remaining. Still doesn't want to take too many chances. He'd love to just chip this red in. He's looking at a possible plant, but doesn't want to give Mark Selby the opportunity to come back to the table. Oh, he doesn't want to give him the opportunity. Oh, he's going to go in off. He's going to go in off. Is he? Oh, he might even be snookered. Wow, he might even have angled Mark Selby here. Can he see it? He can't. He's got to swerve it. Good shot. Very, very good. But you don't want to give Mark Selby opportunities like this. Green, brown, good position for snookers. He's having a quick look at the score. 59 behind. So 53 behind with 43.
7.
Still on the table. Taking black this time.
8.
Which means if you can get a snooker, and the possibility, it's always a possibility of a free ball, you could win the frame. And he's a master in these situations, so Stephen Maguire won't be entirely comfortable even with a 45-point lead. 35 remaining, yeah. Find himself in trouble when he comes back to the table. Cue ball right behind the pink here. It's pretty good.
Mark Selby 15.
I still can't believe Maguire took that plant off. I did a match the other night between Luca Brissell and Nopon Saint-Cam, and Saint-Cam was, I think, 3 snookers up, took on a plant, and Brissell came back to the table and got the 3 snookers he required and won the match.
Yeah, good escape, but he could be in trouble once again. As I said, that brown and green, big target here. Could be really, got to get it tight right behind them. Oh, that's poor. Unless he hits the black full ball, that's a poor shot from Mark Selby. He'd be very disappointed with that. Needed that cue ball right tight behind the brown.
Oh, he spotted that really nicely, Maguire.
1.
And he is going to get on the scoreboard.
Yeah, another good long pot. Well, Mark Selby will stay in his chair. I'm sure he will give the nod. He certainly does. So, a good frame from Stephen Maguire. He's off the mark in this final. But it's Mark Selby who still leads by 2 frames to 1.
There is that trophy then. That's the prize on offer for one of these 2 players tonight. They've each won it once before. Who can take a step closer to it?
Yeah, and a beautiful trophy it is. And what a legend of a name. Honoured as well. And very, very special. A man who left an indelible mark not only on Welsh snooker but world snooker. What a great ambassador he was. The great Ray Reardon. Now this final well and truly on the way now. The fact that Maguire has won that frame and relax him slightly. Possibility of a red here. Yeah. Oh, it looked in. And he thought it was in. Wow. Stopped in his tracks. Have a look at this again. Look how close this was. He was walking, look. He thought it was in. As I did.
That was like a golfer when you think your putt's in and then it clips the edge of the hole.
Yeah, it's one of those that goes around the hole like a little donut, isn't it? It just shows you how tight these pockets are. I think down the club, all these pockets are big, like, you know, like the club pockets, but they're certainly far from that.
So it's the last frame before the mid-session interval. Another 4 frames this afternoon and then the finale this evening. deals with that really well. You've got a sense from that camera shot of just how far you're reaching with those extensions and the rest. Oh, Stephen Maguire will be feeling sick, won't he? So this looks ominous, doesn't it, for Maguire? Selby in a good little position here in this fourth frame.
Seven.
Yeah, that was a lovely little cannon just to push that red out of the way. And play for this red. It's along this top cushion now. And leave a nice angle on the black. We can stun up into the
14.
pack and still be on the red. And that's exactly what's going through his thought process at the moment. Just nice angle off this red.
15.
Gone too far. We'll just have to play for the loose red. And this time
22.
Yeah, that's pretty
23.
good. Now this is the shot. Possibly go into the, into the right red of the two, just above the black. Try and stun into that. That will go into the pack of reds. And hopefully open up a few into the potable positions. Lots of pace. Ooh, it's gone wrong. Is it? Is he on this red into the right centre?
30.
It's pretty close.
That's a high tariff shot, isn't it? Queuing over the red. See where it went awry again.
Well, he's not on it. He's just playing a safety shot. So the split hasn't worked out for him.
Mark Selby, 30.
Highest break of the match so far was that 60 in the previous frames from Stephen Maguire. Well, tap on the table from Selby, well deserved for Maguire, because this is really awkward. Wow, that was such a difficult pot to take on.
Yeah, but you can see what his game plan is. If he sees the pot on, he's taking it on. Like I said, he doesn't want to get embroiled in a safety battle, because he knows he make him out second best. So he's going to go for his shots. I don't blame him for that. That's playing to his strengths. He's such a wonderful long putter. He hasn't left the red up into the green pocket, so it's a little bit trickier. Yeah, very missable, and he hasn't got cover. So Stephen Maguire got a little bit lucky there, and he's given himself a chance.
Well, can he carry over the fluency from the previous frame?
One.
Take another look at Mark Selby's miss here that's let Maguire back in.
8.
Just overcut it slightly. Fine margins as always in this game. Maguire didn't get past the quarter-final in any tournament last season. He did reach 3 of them, including at the World Champs. Lost 13-8 to Dave Gilbert last season at the Crucible. Oh, and that has worked out beautifully, especially with that red bouncing off the left-hand cushion.
16.
So we saw Mark Selby have a bad split. That's a really good one for his opponent.
Yeah, using all his cue power there. He split the reds beautifully.
Thank you. 17.
He's got options here. A couple of loose reds around that pack. Have a look at this split again. It was a wonderful shot. You watch the cue ball here as it hits the pack, then it goes again.
24.
The injection of pace. It's all cue power. Wonderful. But it's gone slightly wrong. That cue ball hasn't gone as far as he would have liked. He's slightly hampered with this red. I can't believe it. Yeah, big sigh. Just an inch past that red, he was perfect. Bridging over the red, well, this red is missable. He always does a lot of talking to himself, Stephen Maguire. He mutters under his breath, giving out to himself. It's just his personality. I'm not afraid to hide his emotions. And that's why the table fitters don't like him either.
He's actually getting angrier as the seconds go by, isn't he?
Oh, well, that could be a mistake, you know. That red is potable.
Oh,
He hasn't hit that past the middle pocket. That was a poor shot. It's certainly not an easy opener for Mark Selby, but it's a shot that he shouldn't have had on. Not sure where the cue ball is going. He's going to need a little bit of luck, but if the red goes in, he's going to be very unlucky not to be on a colour. Yeah, now he needs a kiss. And he's on the blue. And what a mistake from Stephen Maguire. All out of frustration that could cost him.
Well, we mentioned it earlier, Ken, didn't we, that Stephen Maguire said last night that Ali Carter's flashes of anger helped him. And
6.
now potentially we might be in an opposite situation where Mark Selby's looking across at Maguire's obvious frustrations and thinking, yeah, I've got him exactly where I want him. But you could understand his frustration with that one, couldn't you? He was, of course, trying to get back to 2-all before the interval.
Well, he's found a nice plant there, but, well, have a look at where the cue ball is finished. Although the green is over the middle pocket, this is not a gimme. This is missable. A little bit of side on this and it could deviate offline. Oh, just about scraped in off the far jaw. Good shot. Now a chance for Mark Selby. And what a gift
10.
from his opponent.
Well, Selby's leading on most of the stats, balls potted, total points, etc. He'll feel that 3-1 at the interval would be a fair reflection of the way the match has gone so far.
$17.
Maguire quietly simmering in his chair.
Yeah, and Selby will be picking up on that, there's no doubt. And he'll know
24.
even greater importance of inflicting more pain on his opponent just before the mid-session interval. But this would really hurt them.
$25.
Black puts him 38 points in the lead. So red and blue
32.
or red and black will be enough, but just to making sure there shouldn't be any problem. Could play for blue here.
$33.
Yeah, and that will be enough. And this has been a steal really from Mark Selby.
38.
Stephen Maguire's just frustration, and then sort of just that little lapse of concentration, leaving that red on into that right centre has cost him dearly in this frame.
39.
He will be absolutely livid with himself. Selby will be delighted. He's inflicted the first real body blow in this final, and it could be a telling frame. And there's a long way to go, but these frames make big differences towards the end of the match.
44.
So this was Maguire's reaction, and things have gone wrong for him since then, since Selby came to the table after that moment. So the 2008 Welsh Open champion is going to lead the 2013 champion at this
51.
first mid-session interval.
53.
3-1 does feel a reasonably fair reflection of how these opening four frames have gone.
56. $60. 65.
Longest break of the match from either player. He's going to come off the knuckle and attempt the black.
71.
Well, a break of 78 in that fourth frame after Stephen Maguire had broken down. Gives Mark Selby a 3-1 lead at the interval.
Stephen Maguire to break.
Yeah, 4 big frames you feel now for Stephen Maguire. Can't afford to let Mark Selby have too big a lead going into the final session this evening. Players like Mark Selby, serial winners, they don't get concerned when they see the winning line. So a big 4 frames. That's a mistake. Well, that's very unlike Mark Selby to make a simple error like that. Double kiss and left Stephen a nice easy starter. Just trying to get that cue ball near the top cushion. As you see, the double kiss and left the red on.
1.
Well, there'll be lots of topspin off this top cushion, smash into the reds. He's on one. He's on one.
8.
Yeah, when he went into them, he's only really knocked 1 red into the open, the one he's eyeing up now. Just deciding which colour to play on, because I think he's going to have to play another cannon. Could play for the pink, of course. Depends how he sees it.
9.
Not the best angle here. On pink or black. So that's all he could do. Now it's this red to the far left corner.
16.
Not much to do with the cue ball to get position back on the black, but he'll be looking for a good angle on the black. Just wide of the mark.
Stephen Maguire, 16.
He'll be disappointed. So now we're going to have a bounce of safety at this end, particularly now that red has gone adjacent to the right centre pocket. This red needs to slow down. He doesn't want to leave it on for the middle. It's just stopped in time. It's hard to put your opponent in trouble here, but the one thing you must do is get that cue ball tight to the cushion, if possible. Didn't fancy opening all the reds. Don't think this is the type of frame where you'll have a re-rack. Oh, I don't know. If Mark's touching in, they might look at one another. Just have a look if this is a
Touching ball.
touching ball. It doesn't really help the situation. As I say, you can't go in the balk end, particularly with those two reds adjacent to the middle pockets.
Well, I think Mark will just elect to roll back into the cluster here. Obviously he was left a shot to that right centre, but been a very risky shot to have taken on.
Well, he's got a good cue ball with Steve Maguire. As Darren said, this red is on to the right middle, but it's so dangerous. I think he's just playing safe off this red. Oh, well, that's a mistake. How did that happen? Well, there'll be no re-rack now. That was amazing. Amazing the things that happened. I mean, he's hit that and nearly potted the other red, but now he's left it.
Absolutely, I'm sure he played the red past that one to the right centre, but Stephen Maguire will be quite happy. Nice easy starter.
Yeah, just needs to control the cue ball.
One.
Well, that's okay. Kissing that red stopped the cue ball, left him on the blue. So it's a good chance, good scoring opportunity.
Six. Seven.
And again, he lost the cue ball. And he was playing for the two reds to left centre, but he's landed perfect on this one to the right corner. So that nearly went all wrong for Stephen, but as it happens, it's worked out perfectly. Big frame, as you would feel. 3-2, 4-1, huge difference.
Well, that's worked out nicely. Maybe the only downside, I'm not certain that the black is available into the right corner. So it's getting position on the blue, which is going to be a slight problem. But if you can get this one right, and you see the black doesn't go into this corner, if you can get a good positional shot here, doesn't have to play any more cannons.
18.
All the reds he needs are out in the open. So key to get good on the blue.
19.
And that is perfect.
24. $25.
So important this red now, we'll be able to just stand nicely down for the black. And there we go.
31.
Just play for the red that's to the right. Reopen both pockets for the black ball. So good signs from Stephen Maguire coming out after the interval. He's looking a lot more fluent than before their mid-session.
$38.
That's okay, it's not interfered with the queuing for Stephen. 54 points to lead.
39.
Pot this black. Go 62 points in front. So only looking for one more red. Well, one more red in the colour to get to snooker's required.
$46. $47.
So this to go 70 points in front with just 67 remaining, but Stephen will be well aware that probably the most dangerous player in the game is Mark Selby when he only needs one snooker.
54.
So imperative he knocks this in, probably to the far right corner. He knocks this in and pots the black, no way back to the table. Oh, and he's missed it by a long way.
Stephen Maguire, 54.
So 70 points to lead, 67 remaining, just one snooker required. You never feel comfortable, particularly with a master tactician such as Mark Selby.
1.
And obviously he'll want to take blacks with 3 of the reds before he starts going for that 4-point snooker that he needs.
9.
If he takes anything than the black, of any of these reds, obviously, it would increase the amount of snookers needed. So it's imperative he gets a black with each red.
$60. $17.
Good shot. But as Darren said, he needs blacks. If he was to pot a pink, then he can only tie. So this calls for good queuing. Trying to screw back, lots of bottom, lots of follow through, get that backspin. Yeah, and that's the problem when you play with that amount of pace.
Myself at
He had to
24.
get on the black, which he got on, but he missed the red. So here's a chance now for Stephen to put this frame to bed. I'm sure if he pots this red, Mark Selby would be conceding.
He's having a good look, John. There might be value as well, moving the red from the brown. You'd always fancy him to go for that pot, but like I said, that brown and that red are so close together. I mean, even if he, as he has now, left the red on, if he'd gone for the long red and missed and Mark Selby had got his red and black, it was very easy to lay that all-elusive snooker that he needs.
Well, has he got the snooker here? No, he hasn't, because Mark Selby's saying it's your frame if you want it, and Stephen Maguire gratefully accepts. So an important first frame after the mid-session interval. Stephen Maguire now reduces arrears to just one. Mark Selby gets the sixth frame underway. But it is a fact, and this is what happens with the game of snooker. If you're playing plain ball and you put a bit of unintentional side, that's where you fall down and can miss anything. Well, nice opening red. Needs a good kiss on the brown.
One.
It's okay if he can pot the brown and miss the kiss on the yellow. Good pot, struggled in. It's not the worst kiss on the brown, but as I say, it will only be good if you can pot the brown and avoid running into the yellow. And he could. This table down looks very slippy, doesn't it? Looks very quick.
Yes. Obviously, as Dominic said in the interval, when you're playing with side, you've got to make the right allowances. And it does become really a bit of a guessing game. Good signs though, since coming back from the mid-session interval with Stephen Maguire. It looks like he's
11.
found his touch. Bit of a struggle before the interval. But good signs so far.
12.
Nicely on this red to the right corner. There is a red just the right of it. But, well, he's on it already. I was going to suggest he can pot this and bring another red into play.
20.
Well, I'll probably go into the main bunch now. Don't have to hit this too hard. I think he'd still be on that red that's just above the black. And he was.
$27. $28.
A couple of loose reds to play for, which I suggest he will do. So now, the problem is with the pink just slightly separated from the reds,
35.
it sort of acts as a bit of a blocker. Otherwise, I think he'd be up for the blue and running into them. Probably still play for the blue.
36.
So now, decision. Possibly pot the blue, just miss the pink on the right hand side and just nudge into the reds. Don't play a lot of pace, but just knock one red out. He'll still be on the red to the right corner. As I say, if you go into the pink with pace, that pink is a bit of a blocker. Well, he's okay. Well, I say he's okay. Yeah. Look on his face.
41.
Doesn't want to be too straight on this red. To be fair, he's lucky to be on it. I'm surprised he played it like that. But he may just have a slight angle. Just. But you've got to be so accurate with this.
42.
Very, very fortunate there to have landed on that red, and the way he's played it, it actually happened to be perfect. Just make sure the pot just had enough of the angle to get the cue ball out. So one good shot off this black, little cannon into the cluster, which he's done. He's nicely on a red. All of a sudden, what a chance this is.
49.
Yes, he's giving Mark Selby something to think about. Won't be too bothered at the moment. Obviously, he's still ahead, but as I said in the studio, I feel for Stephen Maguire to have any chance in this final of picking up this year's Welsh Open, he had to be in striking distance going into this evening session. If he was to win this frame, that's 3 each.
50.
So it's all going to plan at the minute.
Probably just looking to see where the pink will go when it's respotted. I mean, the red just above the pink, he could stun to the side cushion, play for that red in the right middle. Now, where does the pink go?
Just a second.
The referee saying just a second, Stephen. So the pink is going to be tied up. But there's enough loose reds. Just keep reasonable control of the cue ball. This is definitely a frame-winning opportunity with already a 56-point lead. 3 more reds with colours.
56.
He'd be well past the winning line. And there's 4 reds I can see that are in possible positions.
$57.
Just overran it a fraction. So it's not the case of just rolling the blue in, just a little bit to do with the cue ball. One good shot here, and the frame's at his mercy.
Yes, he didn't really want to play that, the cannon.
62.
Obviously, when you play cannon, you're always chancing to landing on something. But as it happens, I think it's worked out okay. He's on this red to the left centre. Obviously, the more difficult part of the shot is getting position for his colour. If he's dead straight, he could just drag back for the black. But if he's not, he's going to have to push the cue ball through for the blue. That's what he's done. He needs that cue ball to slow down.
63.
And that's probably the worst possible place it could have stopped for him. Other than taking a real risk on this blue. That could be the end of this little effort.
Well, it's decision time. If he pots the blue, he'll go 68 points in front with just 67 remaining. I mean, for me, he's got to play the blue here.
Yellow ball.
No, he's playing the yellow. Is it a pot or just safety? Just the safety. Okay, I understand. Protect the lead.
63.
Looking for one more red to clinch it. 63 points, the difference. 67 remaining. I must admit there, Darren, I've been sorely tempted to play the blue. I mean, no position on the red, just puts the cue ball to the baulk cushion, but... Well, it looks like he's given Mark something to think about.
Oh yes, he's left him a real horrible safety reel, thin snick on this red. And what a great shot that is, and if it travels, that's going to be close to be behind the brown. Yeah, he's about 2 inches short there of being absolutely perfect. I mean, Stephen Maguire might be forced into going for this red if he can get the potting angle at this right corner. The way he's looking at it, I don't think that is on.
Yeah,
I did have a look.
he can hit the red, but he can't. It's enough of it to play the pot. Well, it's a thin one. Similar shot to what Mark Selby's just played. Got to scrape the paint on this. Done pretty well. Well, a little bit surprising, but maybe that was the only shot he had. Anyway, he's left this red. And the red is all that Stephen Maguire needs to clinch the frame. Yeah, no problem. Just get that feeling, Darren, after the interval. He's been a bit loose, Mark Selby. You know, with his safety, which is usually so reliable.
Yes, I couldn't disagree. And I would have to say Stephen Maguire has definitely upped his game since the interval as well. I mean, it wouldn't have been out of the question if they'd gone at that mid-session at 2 each. As it happens, Mark Selby pinched the frame to go 3-1 up. And he thought maybe it might kick on from there. Fair dues to Stephen Maguire. He's come out, he's stuck to the task that's in front of him. Match is now going to be all square. Very good indeed.
13. 14. 20. 21. 28.
Now just wide the target, but he's done enough. Mark Selby will stay in his seat. So, just to start it, Stephen Maguire was looking for in the second half of this afternoon session. All square, 3 apiece.
Thank you.
Yes, exactly. You want to get your money's worth, don't you, out of it, and get the value of the ticket. And well, hopefully everyone is enjoying it here at a packed venue, Cymru, this afternoon. As Stephen Maguire then breaks off, he's brought it back level.
Very good break-off shot. Well, has he snookered Steve Maguire on all reds? Looks like he has. Can't get down this side of the table, and I'm certain he can't get down the other side. So it was a decent break-off shot. Always feel a little bit aggrieved, and Stephen will be, because Mark, when he played that safety, he was trying to find the baulk cushion. He overhit it, but the Browns come to his rescue and made it very tricky. I think he may try the two-cushion escape to begin with. Can't hit the red too thick, though. Got to catch it a glancing blow. Caught it too thick. That's the problem with that shot.
Yes, I'm not a big fan of that shot, John. When it goes right, it looks great, but it's so easy to go wrong. As it happens, this is not a gimme for Mark Selby, and he's been very quiet the last two frames. There's a great catch on the red. He's just lost the cue ball slightly, but nevertheless was a great red indeed.
Always a player considers it a decent opportunity when the black is available into both corners. After this red, another couple of reds in the open. So you're going to have to go into the cluster sooner rather than later.
Five.
Had a bit of a mess of that. Okay, he can still pot the black, but not as easy as he would have wanted.
You're right, John. That was the problem, wasn't it? Finishing thin on that black.
12.
That was the best really he could do. He gave it every chance by playing it at that speed, but left himself a tough red now. Yes, and that's gone wide. He hasn't quite settled after this, to the mid-session interval, it has to be said.
Mark Selby, 12.
No, he might have just cut the left-hand side of the pathway to the cluster of reds with the blue. So Stephen Maguire can get through to the right-hand side. He's got to just be careful he doesn't catch one of them reds too thick and catch the jaws with the cue ball.
Yeah, and it's one of those, blue not on its spot. You've got to be careful you don't run into the blue as well. Well, he's got a good length of cue ball. Played it well. Okay, you may think there's a pot on here to the left corner, but I don't think if he plays it, he can get round the back of the black. Because being so close to the baulk cushion, he can't make an angle. Oh, I'm not quite certain what he played there, Darren.
I actually think he went for the pot, John. He's had a little bit of a wry smile to himself that he missed it by as far as he did, but when he has left Stephen Maguire a shot at this to the yellow pocket, but you'd feel, I was going to say, too much of a risk, really. He's got right back into this match. He's not going to give any undue chances away without helping it. For Stephen Maguire at the interval of 3-1 down, he would have just been saying, coming out for the next 4 frames, just take 2 of the 4, so at worst he'd be 5-3 down for this evening. He's still in the match, but now at 3 each, he's got a chance. He could be 5-3 up, at worst 4 each. So he's, with his mindset, he's probably already achieved where he wants to be at. Everything now is a bonus.
Once again, we see that when you put that much pace in, if you don't find the middle of the cue ball, it can make you look a fool. That red could have gone anywhere. I think there's a pot on here for Mark. Oh, but he's got a touch of the nearlies at the moment. Now does the pink go? He's got a choice, he could play the blue. No, the pink's a bit tight. It's one of those you'd have to be right behind it, so it'll be the blue. Well, he's found a gap here. This has worked out wonderfully if he's on this red. And he is the one just to the right of the black. Well, maybe he's not. He's looked at the 2 reds in the middle of the table. He thinks of the plant to the left corner. No. No, it just went to that jaw. He thought it was a certainty the way he played it, but he was mistaken.
I think if he'd been further up the table, John, it'd have been unmissable. But he just played that blue too well, didn't he? He just got into the cue ball too good.
1.
Cue ball just came too far down the table. Them plants, when they're so tight together and you're the wrong side of them, they reverse each other. If he'd been 3 or 4 inches up, back towards the blue, that would have been unmissable.
So Mark taking an opportunity to try and, I think he was hoping to bring the black into play, but he has in a fashion. He's got the red to the left centre, but he's hampered for that. All depends on the potting angle. If he doesn't have to do a lot with the cue ball, then makes the pot that much easier.
Seven.
As John said, he just had to make sure of the red to left centre, but he's about 4 inches short with the cue ball. Full stretch, yeah, for this pink to the green pocket. Not much room over that ball, you can see on the cushion, so a little bit hampered. No problems though, straight into the arc of the pocket. So there's a chance here for Mark Selby, as they say, to steady the ship. Match has started to get away from him a little bit. But he has got this great knack of whatever happens before, he just forgets about it and gets on with the next shot and the next game. It's a fantastic attribute to
14.
have.
Nice few reds go to this
21.
right corner pocket. The black at the moment is not available into the left corner.
$22.
This red that's closest to the left corner pocket. He could play for it here. It's the red that's stopping the black from going in that pocket. Just needs a slight angle. Well, in all honesty, I'd prefer
27.
one a bit better than that. Look how straight he's come. Bit of work to do now with the cue ball.
Well, that was about as good as he was going to do there. And he's done miracles, I think, to get the cue ball that far out from that top cushion. But it's going to have an impact on his positional side of the shot. Might see him try and drag into the pink with the cue ball. And he's elected to go around the table, and I think he's played that to absolute perfection. Very, very well struck shot indeed.
36.
Yeah, just looking at Stephen Maguire there in his seat, he probably thought, I might get back to the table soon, but after that good positional shot on the black, he'll be fearing the worst now. Just checking the scoreboard. 42 points the lead. Pink makes it 48, 75 remaining. Now he's left himself an angle on this red, or would like an angle on this red, where he can just
42.
nudge those two reds that are together. Well, he can't do that. He's not got the angle on this red to play that cannon.
43.
He could play it here, but he doesn't need to. After this black, another red and a black would get him to snooker as required.
$50. 51.
So this black now to go 64 points in front with just 59 remaining. Could play the cannon that time because it was risk-free. And the fact he's developed
58.
the red means there's no way back to the table now for Stephen Maguire.
59.
One more frame after this before they get ready to come back for this evening's session at 7 o'clock.
And all of a sudden
65.
the game is looking very, very easy again.
66.
I think that's the strong point with the top players these days. Can be all out of sorts, and all of a sudden find a little bit of inspiration from somewhere, and normal service is resumed.
73.
So for Mark now, he knows the worst scenario. It'll be 4 all going into this evening's
74.
session. He cannot be behind. But Stephen Maguire knows, all importantly now, win that last frame to level the match up and start afresh this evening.
81. $82.
So every chance now, we'll see our first century of the final. This has been a very
89.
impressive contribution here from Mark Selby. But it has to be said that
91.
Stephen Maguire had first chance, missed the plant, and he's been sat down ever since.
$94.
There it was. He played it confidently enough. He thought it couldn't be missed.
98.
So the blue for the tan is 875th career century.
$109.
Sublime. Mark Selby at his very best. He's pulled back to all square, but he gets himself back to 1 in front with 1 to play.
During the course of it.
One more frame to go then, Ken. You're a two-time winner. What do you do between sessions, afternoon and evening?
Well, it'd be nice if Selby, for him, to have a 2-frame lead again, you know. But the massive frame, I think, for Stephen Maguire, because he'd be absolutely delighted if he gets back on parity terms. So, but it's been good stuff from both players, to be honest. They're both in great form, and it's going to be fascinating whatever happens in this frame for tonight.
think Stephen can get past the yellow to play safe down the left-hand side of the table. You can't see enough of this red to play the pot. I thought he could get past the yellow. He's having a close look now. If he can't, then it's just the old containing safety shot. Send this red up to the baulk end and put the cue ball tight to the top cushion. It's not a shot I don't think he's happy playing, because then we'll get all that tip-tapping down at this end of the table. But sometimes the balls dictate what you're going to play. So he's had to play it. Well, has Mark got a chance of this red to the left middle? It goes. Oh, so close.
I'm sure he would have thought that was going in. It looked really good. Only the pace that kept it out. Now his attempt to left for Steve Maguire at the screen pocket. Obviously he doesn't need to take it on, but he's such a great long potter. Come across that one.
Looks like he's been fortunate. Yeah, missed by a long way, but I think the green has come to his rescue. Oh, there's a gap. But I don't think there's enough of a gap for him to get the edge of the red to pot it. This other red will go, I think, to the right corner, but this is dangerous. But he's taking it on. Yeah, good pot. Played it in such a way that he thought the only red he could leave was the one he was playing. Stunning the cue ball to the side cushion. But a good clean pot and nicely on the green.
Four.
Mark was laughing there. His extension was on that side of the table, but when he come to drag it out with his cue, he knocked it underneath to the other side.
5.
Now, when he was playing that, we saw there is a red that will pot to this right corner. And it seems to be the modern way of playing it now, Darren, isn't it? You leave yourself low on that red, pot the red, and then bring other reds into play. So I can't see him playing the cannon off the black. Be low on the red that will pot.
Yes, and he's perfect, isn't he? Half ball on this red. You know, it just depends on how you feel, whether you play with pace and push the cue ball through the pack. I always find you're leaving that with a little bit of luck. If you get a bad cannon, you'll lose the cue ball. I think that's what he's going to play. And that's what I mean, need a little bit of luck. Now he's not on the black, but is he on the pink to the left centre? That will be a bonus for him if he is. And you'd have to say a little bit fortunate as well. The way he's lining up, he's on this pink.
Yeah, he didn't play for the pink, as Darren said, but... And Stevens So maybe bemoaning the fact that he got that pink to go at. It's made such a difference.
And of course, John, for Stephen Maguire, he's come out, hasn't he? He's fought really hard to get back into the game, to level up at 3 each. And all of a sudden, he could be finding himself again 2 frames behind.
20.
I don't think you'd bet against it with Mark Selby having that century last frame. In perfect position.
Yeah, but he's still not going to win this frame without bringing more reds into play, so that could be
28.
The key shot to this frame. Still a couple of loose reds to go at, so doesn't have to be playing the cannon just yet.
$35.
But with the pink not being on its spot, what a big target. You get nicely on the blue here. And although there's
36.
one loose red, and that is absolutely inch perfect. He'll be playing the cannon now. Well,
41.
he's just about finished up on a red to the right middle.
Mark Selby, 41.
Yeah, certainly. So far, he's not firing on all cylinders, Mark Selby. Okay, he's not left anything, but I don't think Steve Maguire should be too disappointed. Just be glad to be back at the table. Yeah, excellent cue ball. Oh, bad misjudgment. Now, what's he left?
One. Eight.
And a warm welcome to viewers on BBC Two Wales. This is the Welsh Open final from Llandudno. We're in the last frame of the afternoon session with Mark Selby leading Stephen Maguire by 4 frames to 3. At 3, we are going to say goodbye to viewers on BBC One Wales. So if you're on that and you want to keep watching the snooker, then you need to make the switch right now to BBC Two Wales.
Yeah, you joined us at a big moment here, Darren. Big moment in the match.
Yes, Mark Selby had a pot into the right centre, which you'd have expected him to have got, and all of a sudden he's played a real bad safety shot. It hit way too thin, it clattered into everything. So this was the pot into the right centre.
23.
Just quit a little bit on that one. It wasn't a great cued shot. He didn't quite push the cue through in a straight enough line.
24.
But Stephen Maguire is showing again how tenacious he is. This chance really come out of nowhere. And at the moment he's shown us he's right up to the task.
Yeah, when he came to the table, he was 41 points behind.
30.
So all these points now are just getting him right back in
31.
the frame. But there's no cannons needed. Every red you would need is in the open. Mark Selby was looking to push on. This is the last frame of this afternoon session. And he was hoping to take a two-frame advantage into the evening. But
37.
gotta say at the moment, Stephen Maguire's favourite for this frame.
38.
And when he pots this pink, he'll go 3 points in front. Oh, he's just let that slip. He's let that slip. He's on the red. But it should have been
44.
easier than this. Recovered well. Nothing Mark Selby can do. He's had his chance. Will he get another one?
Please be careful.
Just a noise, but at least he stopped himself and he's got up and back on the shot, so he should be okay. It's when you don't have a chance to get up off the shot that it can put you off.
52.
Yes, I was just about to say he's done well there, hasn't he, to manage to stop himself and get up. Normally it's too late. This will be a big
53.
psychological blow if Stephen Maguire can take this frame at this effort.
We'd like to have that one back. Well, he's potted the yellow. How's the position on the red? He's okay. I think he's just on it. I think he's just about
55.
on it. Yeah, when you consider he potted the yellow there, he played for the blue. This red, not quite as easy as it looks. Quite an acute angle. But it's there.
56.
It's there. He could have done with another roll of the cue ball. This blue, yellow and green still needed to get to Snooker's required. And as I say, he
61.
potted that. Just need another couple of rolls. He'd have been bang on this yellow. Good shot needed again. Couldn't have played it much better than that. And there's green to go 25 points in front with just 22 remaining. And go into this evening's session all square. Good performance this, Darren.
Yes, 3-1 down. He was all out of sorts, wasn't he? But he's played some terrific stuff after that mid-session interval. And just as Mark Selby looked like he was taking control again in the match. Obviously with that misread to the right centre. And if this green goes in, we'll know it's going to be 4 each. Nicely
66.
on the brown. So Mark Selby knows He should have been going into the night's session with a lead. It's going to be all square.
70.
Yeah, certainly Stephen Maguire will be the happier of the two players, as you say, from 3-1 behind. And he stuck to his task, and got to say, he's cueing really well, so all set fair for a great conclusion this evening.
91.
Shake hands, see you at 7. So Stephen Maguire, as I say, will be the more pleased of the two players. Mark Selby had a chance to go with the two-frame advantage, missed his opportunity. We're all square, 4 apiece. A matching prospect this evening. And always a pleasure to be joined in the commentary box by the 1997 world champion and twice winner of this great event, Ken Doherty. Good evening, Ken.
Good evening, John, and good evening, everybody. Welcome to a beautiful venue here, Venue Cymru, the heart of Llandudno. Oh, it's going to be a wonderful spectacle. Good start from Selby. Good opener.
1.
Yeah, wonderful reception for both players. Great atmosphere, as there has been all week. Best of 9 effectively tonight. It's hard to pick a winner, John. This could go right to the wire.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course it just takes one loose shot, which that break-off was from Stephen Maguire.
3.
And it gives Mark Selby now a chance to get his hand on the table, get the cue arm going.
4.
Yeah, I think of the two players, I think definitely Stephen Maguire would have been the happier of the A-frames, just the way they panned out, get him back on parity terms. This red obviously passes the black into the bottom right corner. He's absolutely perfect on it. He couldn't have played that any
9.
better. Beautiful positional shot. Here's the break off.
Yeah,
10.
just looking back at Stephen's break-off shot, he left a pot on and he didn't find the baulk cushion. And at this level, that's always dangerous. So Mark took the opportunity to go into them. How's your luck? It's not great. It's not great.
7.
I thought he'd had a red to the left centre, but the other red has come across the table, and I'm not certain he can pot it now. Oh, there's one in the middle of the pack. There you see it. It's okay.
18.
Well, that was a bonus to be able to get through that gap. So he's back on track.
Yeah, the extra little bonus was just brushing that red out of the way, because as you can see, those two reds just around the pink spot has cleared them into this left corner pocket. So that opens another. Well, oh, what a shot he's played there. Well, that is just so
25.
careless. It's going to cost him breaking down here. He had a wonderful opportunity there. And now he doesn't have a shot. All he had to do was just avoid that red a little bit. Just didn't get enough side spin on the cue ball.
I think the reason he's taking so long to play this safety shot, he's trying to get over the annoyance of running out of position.
Mark Selby, 25.
Well, I didn't want to risk, for some reason, going to the baulk end. I don't think those two reds are a plant to the left middle, so I don't know why he didn't go up the table. I'm sure Stephen will. But that was a good chance. that was missed there from Mark.
Yeah, and he could find himself in a little bit of trouble here. He's okay. He can just play this red and probably try and leave the cue ball down and towards this bottom left corner pocket. He's trying to get behind it, but he's got to avoid the double kiss, and he has done, so not too bad. Knocking that red up into the bulk area, well, I'm just going to, a little bit of tit for tat now, I'd say. Steve Maguire may just nestle into the bunch above the black here. Doesn't want to risk screwing back behind the black because it could knock a red on.
These two players both turned professional in 1999. So they've been crossing cues for quite some time. The most successful, of course, Mark Selby, having won 4 world titles. The UK Masters, he's got
Touching ball.
the Triple Crown. Whereas Stephen, his best victory would have been the United Kingdom Championship. Mark Selby was #1 for quite some time, wasn't he, Ken? Yeah. He held that position. #1 in the world.
He did, yeah. 3 or 4 times. So even when he lost it, he got it back again a few times. Steve Maguire got as far as #2 in the world. But yeah, I wonder will it come down to that, John? The fact that Maguire hasn't been in the business end of a big ranking tournament for a while now. But he's still a proven quality player. He just hasn't had the consistency that he would have enjoyed and liked, the same as his opponent.
Delicate one, this. Played it nicely. It looked nothing, but if you overhit that, could well have left something on. Not the type of frame that Stephen Maguire will enjoy. And I would say the same applies to Mark Selby. So as long as Mark keeps getting that cue ball tight to the top cushion, he limits what his opponent can do. And this time it's not that straightforward to come off the side cushion and nestle into them.
Yeah, he had to get a little bit of separation, didn't he? Just open a red, which he has done. Now, what is he doing? Trying to maybe get that cue ball back to the ball cushion here. But that red, he didn't want to hit. He's got away with it. It could have gone wrong, but slightly fortunate. I thought it was very impressive the way he came out after the interval, John. He lost a bad 4th frame, didn't he, Stephen Maguire? And I thought maybe that might upset him. But in fact, when he came out after the interval, he played some of his best snooker.
Yeah, I saw him at the interval, and he said, I'm cueing nice. He said, I just don't feel I've had a fair run of the ball. So he had nothing to reproach himself about. It's when you're getting chances and not taking them. And as he said, it's a bonus to be in this final. Unexpected, the results he's been having recently. But it's nice to see him back in a bit of form. And I'm certain he's relishing this match this evening. So what you do all the hard work for on the practice table for nights like this.
Yeah, Selby just looking at the bunch here. When he plays this off the pack, he's just got to be careful he doesn't knock a red towards a middle pocket, trying to get the cue ball back behind the black and tight on this cushion. Well, it's not tight. Average frame time just over 19.5 minutes.
So Stephen there just pointing his cue, looking at the far right corner. He feels that that is a safety area. The green and pink will cover the path to the red near the left middle. Always got to be careful with this. You don't hit this red too thin and running off. Well, that's where he put his cue and he thinks it's safe. Mark Selby having a close look. Well, don't think he can get past the green to pot that red to the left middle without playing a bit of a swerve, and that'd be too risky. No, he's having a look at another red that he can get to, but this is more difficult. I think just screwing back to the baulk cushion.
Well, he's got the cover on the red that's closest to the left centre, but he has left another red in between yellow and brown. It's certainly far from easy. But if he gets it, well, he'll be on the blue. He might be able to put that cue ball in an area where he might not be leaving anything, only the red that he's playing. But no, digging down tells me he's not going for it. Trying to get the cue ball back to the baulk area. But you've got to be careful of that red. And where's it going? Oh, a mistake.
Yeah, that's the problem with that shot, isn't it? You're playing it with pace, and you're never certain where it's going to finish. And he's left Mark Selby a nice easy starter.
One.
So that safety battle has been won by Mark Selby, and the way the reds are, what a chance to get this first frame under his belt.
Yeah, the reds are absolutely perfect, aren't they? Just concentrate on the blue for the time being and try and mop up the reds around there and build up nice lead.
5.
All those 3 reds are all potable into the bottom left corner pocket. He's come a little bit straight, but he can just drop the blue in and leave any of those reds. He's played for the 1 into the right centre, which means he'll possibly go down for the black now.
10.
Thought he might have tried to stay on the blue there, John. I think it would have made the break a little bit easier when he came a little bit straight on that initial blue.
Yeah, it's a funny situation this sometimes. There's so many options, isn't there? But all you got to do is leave a nice angle on one ball when playing on the other. It's all about good cue ball control. Shouldn't be a problem, this though.
11.
As I say, there's so many options. You don't need precise position, but you need just to leave the right angle on, as he has done on the black, just to pot it. And automatically... Oh, I say automatically! He thought it was in and so did I. How's it stopped out?
Mark Selby. 11.
Well...
Well, I think he just flicked a little bit aside. And when you watch this black, it almost goes towards that right jaw. Have a look at it again. It's a little bit aside. Now, look, it's in there. But then all of a sudden just goes up. Almost like a little hill there towards that. It wasn't struck with any conviction. And still, should never have missed it. Oh, what a chance missed. Has he covered it? He may have covered it, but he's on the green. And now he made Rouge on. As I said, go back to, play. It was so simple just to stay around the blue and pick off a few reds around the blue, build up the lead. There was no need for to go down for the black. It was cost him. It could be very costly.
Yeah, nice solid pot there. Yeah, but you don't expect him to miss the black off the spot and doing nothing with the cue ball. As I say, he thought it was in, so did I. So what a big frame this is now for Stephen Maguire. An opportunity to go in front for the first time in the match. And it certainly didn't seem likely when Mark Selby was at the table. Only problem balls are those two stuck together in the middle of the table.
Ten. $11.
Didn't really want to be playing the black here, but the problem is with these balls, when they're right in the jaws of the pocket, it's never that easy to judge how the cue ball's going to come out. He's looking at the blue, but the blue's missable. The black isn't. But can he get position off the black?
Yeah, it's always difficult to judge this. I wonder, is there a possibility, because those two reds around the pink spot are certainly not potable, I wonder will he try and maybe split those up here? No, he's tried to screw back for the red next to the blue and the red into the bottom right corner pocket. He's played that really well. Very nicely cued.
18.
Yeah, that was a terrific shot. I think the pink will pass the green, but begs the question, where will the pink go when it's respotted? So
19.
he's played for the pink. Clearly goes, as you can see. A couple of loose reds. Pots this pink. Reduces the arrears to just 11 points.
Yeah, he's got to play for the loose red just to the right of those two reds around the pink spot. Maybe that red would be best. Could play for the red behind the black, but that red is out in the open. It's easier to get on. And he's played it nicely. Perfect.
Now then, what would be a nice thing for Stephen if this pink doesn't go on its spot, but goes at the bottom of the reds in a position where he could pot the pink and then disturb the reds, but If he could get to the other side of the table, that's a possibility, but not from the side he's on.
25.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout, John. I think if you can pot this red and bring the cue ball over the left-hand side of the table, get on that pink, nice angle, we split the two reds. Needs to go, needs to keep going.
26.
Looks pretty straight. I don't think he's got the angle. Yeah, a little grimace, wry smile. And you see, no angle to split the reds, but he can still get on this red, just below the black, to the left corner.
I always feel with Stephen, he'd rather punch a ball in the pocket than roll it dead weight. Looks a simple shot, this, to pot the pink and be on that open red. As I say, he likes to punch them. Now, he don't want to be too straight on this. And he is. So he's going to have to play a deep screw and play for the black in the same pocket as the red, and desperately looking for an angle on the black to try and bring those two awkward reds into play. Needs to cue this well. Deep screw. Now, what sort of an angle has he got on this black? Couldn't be better, really. Could not be better. So if this goes right, a new favourite for the frame. Can he bring these two reds into play? Oh, well, that's always the way. If he doesn't hit the pink full in the face, he goes either side of the reds. He's stuck on the pink, just caught the pink too full.
He just wanted a little glancing blow off that pink. He would have been perfect. So a reprieve for Mark Selby. He's knocked this red towards the green pocket, but he's okay.
Maguire, 40.
Got a good cue ball. So frame in the balance.
Yeah, and a good contribution. You know, as you know, Ken, there's always a lot of nerves first frame of this final session. And when you've run out of position like he did, you've nothing really to reproach yourself for, have you? You know, you played the shot another day, you'd have been on both reds. So this frame, still well and truly in the balance. There's 4 points in it. Stephen Maguire in front.
Yeah, it takes on, well, a bit more significance, this frame now, for both players. They both had chances. Selby will still be a little bit bemused with that missed black off the spot. And the frame is at his mercy. Chance to get a good cue ball here. Try and bring that red into play. It's not too bad.
No, it was imperative he got tight to the ball cushion. He's done that. This is the black. Yeah, it just seemed to drift, didn't it? He was walking round, and then, because he didn't look, he just assumed the black was in the pocket. It's a brave man to bet against Mark Selby in this type of frame. He's such a knowledge of the table. Got to avoid the double kiss, got to avoid the kiss on the green. Decent cue ball though.
Trying to get that cue ball once again down by the black, and tight to the black if he can. Oh, it was a lovely line. If he had hit it, it was, well, almost perfect. Just a little bit short. Will he be tempted, John? Long red into the green pocket. Very straight, very difficult.
Yeah, maybe if he had his hand on the table, but not where the cue ball is. But once again, he's got this problem, sending the red. He'd love to back down this end, but once again, you've got to avoid the double kiss. My word! My word!
One.
What a shot. It's amazing. Psychology of the game. Red is so much more difficult than if he took the green on. The green is still a very difficult shot, but now that he has the advantage, he wants to play a good safety and maybe a snooker. He felt he was forced into taking that red on, and now he's got the advantage.
Yeah, absolutely, because he thought, well, I might get the double kiss, so if I'm going to go down, I'll go down attacking. As you see, got the snooker. And the old adage, of course, is not hitting the red, although it's not that easy to hit, in all honesty. It's not one cushion escape, but can you get it safe?
Foul.
That was a sighter. The one thing you didn't want to do was hit the red too thick.
Yeah, I mean, it's an easier shot just coming off the left-hand side cushion just before the middle and hitting the red. But he's not certain of where the red is going to go, and he could leave it up. Whereas this way, off two cushions, just clips the red. He'd be knocking the red towards the side cushion and trying to get that cue ball back towards the bulk area. He's got to be careful. If he hits it a little bit on the thick side, it could go towards the middle pocket. Needs a lot more right-hand side on the cue ball, just to widen the angle.
Yes, and he's not really been close on those two attempts. And of course, the thing is, because he's close to cushion, having a strike down, and you're striking down with right-hand side, you would cause the cue ball to swerve slightly. I mean, I would never question Mark Selby's shot choice, but that two-cushion escape, to me, doesn't look on. So change your plan. As Ken said, this is the easier way to hit the red, but same old problem. Can you get it safe? He's missed it again.
Foul. Numbers. Stephen Maguire, 5. Leo, could you please help me with the green?
Well, these points are mounting up. Now all of a sudden, Mark Selby's 18 points behind. Still 35 remaining, but he's not solved this puzzle just yet. There's our guide, Leo Scullion. Oh, very technical this, isn't it? The thumb and the, you know.
Quarter ball that way.
This way.
Yeah.
Who needs AI?
Yeah.
Well, here we go again. So just got to readjust. Got to hit it. Full ball almost. Knock it. Hope for the best. Oh. Well, it's not too bad, but I think that might be a gap between blue and green. This red is potable up into the yellow pocket. He's got a straightforward snooker. He If he doesn't want to go for it, he can just play the roll up behind the blue. He's not going for it. And that's a mistake, a huge mistake from Stephen Maguire. He had the chance for the frame there. Very surprised, John.
Me too. I mean, it's very unlike him to refuse what would have been frame ball. Just shows you that bit of pressure, and he's thinking, don't make any silly mistakes. But I'm with you. Should have gone for the pot. So after being in all those snookers and Stephen Maguire having an advantage, the advantage has gone to Mark Selby now. Well, he could have done better than that, Mark. He needs to get that cue ball over towards the brown, and then he had 2 or 3 balls playing the snooker. He's not got the snooker.
Got a big target, just yellow and pink. Could be good blocking balls here, just side to side with the cue ball and the red. Yeah, and he's lined them up perfectly. Mark Selby has lost his advantage. Oh, well, that's no good.
No.
This red is potable.
Yep. Wanted to hit the red off 1 cushion, he hit it off 2, and he's left this on now to the left middle. 18 points, so red, cover and yellow could be enough. And the red's gone in. The blue and the yellow will put him 26 points in front with just 25 remaining. Playing the green because he doesn't think he can pot the blue and avoid the kiss on the green, so green gets him to the yellow. Well, there you go.
Stephen Maguire 1.
The dreaded P word, pressure. That's all that was. What a let-off for Mark Selby, and what a frame this would be for him to win, and psychologically for Stephen Maguire to lose.
2.
Well, it's hard to believe. I know he was stretching slightly, but it was pressure. Just came across it, and what a yellow he's played there, Mark Selby. Got plenty of top spin to get up towards that
5.
green. And what a chance. And this will hurt Stephen Maguire.
Nine.
Well, overhit it somewhat, but if you're going to have a bad angle on the blue, this is as good as you get to come in and out of ball for the pink. It's all about judging the pace.
14.
And that looks inch perfect. So, Stephen Maguire, well, he'll be ruining the mistake. Particularly the straight green he missed.
20.
And in goes the black, so Mark Selby, well, it's hard to see how he won that frame after he missed the black off the spot, but Stephen Maguire couldn't take his chances. And Mark Selby back in front, 5-4.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, he'll be mad with himself a bit. He's had a real chance to go ahead for the first time in this match, and that was a chance to really hurt Mark Selby, because Mark Selby would have been sat in his chair saying, "Well, I lost the last frame of the previous session. I've lost the first frame of this one. Both frames should have been mine." As it's happened now, he's got over the line, and there'll be no damage done.
It will hurt him, Maguire, won't it, for sure? But here we go then, Selby with the early advantage in this evening session, and 5-4.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a few twists and turns before the evening is finished for sure. But it could be a pivotal frame when we get down to the end of this match. There might be only a frame in it. And it's so important, isn't it, John, for Stephen Maguire particularly, just to wipe that from his memory. He doesn't want to harp on about it and just...
Control. As we say, he'd be very disappointed to lose the last frame in the fashion he did. But that's a good opening red. And a good scoring chance early in this 10th frame.
Well, he'd settle for that. Wanted to hit it through the gap, just glanced at red, but didn't scupper his position. Well, he could have played into the pack of reds and just brought some more into play. Decided to just not take any chances.
70.
No harm done. Try and clear up some of these loose reds.
$24. 25.
That's 4 reds, 4 blacks. Early days. But obviously, the frame and priority.
$33.
He's got a nice angle to play. But one of these Two loose reds just to the right of the bunch. He's looking at the pink, which means obviously the magical break is not even on his mind. I don't blame him. Potting this red will make that red just to the left of it a lot easier to get on. Oh, hold on. He's okay.
39. 40.
Yeah, just gesturing. He'd love to finish with the cue ball almost exactly where it is now, because that would give him a nice angle on the next red to be able to pot it and bring some more reds into play. So trying to leave himself low on this next red. A little bit too high and too straight. You can't play that shot now. So it'll have to be from the black to split the reds.
48.
Well, the red at the bottom does go to the right middle, but it looks as though he's got eyes on going into the cluster. Now he's played for the one in the right middle. Good choice for me, that.
55.
Got to be so accurate with this type of shot, but I don't think he has to do much work with the cue ball to get a good position on the black. No, it's a perfect potting angle. As I say, you've got to be so accurate.
55.
Good contribution, but there was a shot before on the red before where he wanted to leave himself where he could pot it and bring reds into play, and he just overran that positional shot, and it brought the visit to an abrupt end.
Yeah, good length with the cue ball. Okay, he's not tight on the ball cushion, but sort of forcing Steve Maguire to play off the pack here. He's got to be careful, doesn't stick one out. He stuck one out, but I think he's got cover.
Yeah, he got a good cue ball, and you just saw a little tap on the table there from Mark Selby. Well, he's not got cover, but once again, the advantage of having that cue ball so close to the ball cushion. Not a lot he can do with it. If he plays the pot, he's going to have to be digging in, and that makes the pot a lot more difficult. Here he is, digging down. If you don't find the middle of the cue ball, it could go anywhere. One of the toughest shots in the game, that. And it's not got safe either, because there's a red closest to the cue ball will go into the right middle. So here's a chance now for Stephen Maguire to seal the deal in this frame. Comes to the table with a 55-point lead. 3 reds, 3 colours, any colours.
Yeah, it's a very cute angle, this red into the right centre. He's already missed the red into that same pocket. But if he can take this red on, he could leave the cue ball somewhere in the baulk area where there's an element of safety, but there'll still be, if he pots it, he'll still have the green or possibly even the yellow. So he could play this with sort of a little bit of less pressure. He's missed it. Well, he's well full-blooded. Has he got away with it?
I think he has. Yeah, fortunate there. Well, Mark's playing this red to the far right corner. It's a thin one. No. I say no. Well, it just went enough to draw, and he's landed nicely on the black. Any more pace, I don't think that would have dropped.
Was giving himself a chance of a real steal here, but there's a bit of work to do. He's got to split those 4 reds eventually beneath the pink, and also lift that red. It's close to the left centre, so certainly not straightforward at all. But he's given himself a chance.
9.
He'll play for the red that's next to the yellow here, and maybe get a nice angle on yellow or possibly the green to be able to bring those reds into play. Needs a bounce. Yeah, that's not too bad. Now if he gets on, could position the cue ball somewhere in the bulk area. It'd be on yellow or green. Nice angle. Yeah, this is the shot, isn't it? He's got perfect on both colours. I think it will be the green, and just missed the pink here into the heart of that little bunch. Doesn't need a lot of pace. This could really open things up here.
$18.
Oh, Stephen, having a look up. I think there may be a screen, but he's okay, Mark. He's not perfect on this red, but he's on it. So as Ken pointed out a few moments ago, it's that red that's close to the left centre pocket. He's going to cause a big problem. You can see he's straight, and if he screws back in a straight line, you feel as though he's going to kiss the pink, which would ruin position. Can he avoid the pink? No, he couldn't. He couldn't avoid the pink. He's on nothing easy now.
26.
It's not there, and he may have left it. Yeah,
Mark
it's
Selby,
on.
26.
So chance missed from Mark Selby. He'd be so disappointed. He had a really good chance there. Getting the wrong side of that black. Well, that was the problem.
Now then. Just one good positional shot, you feel. There's those 2 reds in the middle of the table are nicely on, and this looks inch perfect on the blue. So just stung down for either of those reds. They're both available. He just felt after losing the first frame of the evening the way he did.
6.
That Stephen needed this frame badly, just to restore a little bit of confidence. Red colour red, that's all that's required.
$7.
Looks a formality now.
14.
Well, that was a missed chance
18.
for Mark Selby. Might play a little cross double here. Looks pretty good.
19.
Well, didn't get the blue, but won't be too disappointed. He got the frame
Stephen Maguire,
for sure.
19,
Mark
and the
Selby
frame.
gives the nod, and Stephen Maguire levels the matchup once again. It's 5-all.
Champion, look at
Thank
that
you.
trophy, a
Frame
beautiful
11,
crystal
Stephen
trophy.
Maguire to
Weighs a
break.
ton, you know. And, you know, one of these players that want to lift that, it's a prestigious event, and it means a lot to have that on your CV.
Just glad I didn't break it earlier on when we were down there. There's always
Should've
that
done.
worry in your head. Isn't there, Ken?
Yeah, it's a beautiful trophy, isn't it? Yeah, I'm glad you didn't have slippery fingers, seeing. Safely perched on the ledge there, waiting to see who's going to lift it this year. Nothing between them. Oh, a mistake from Mark Selby. He doesn't make many safety mistakes, but that's one. And a chance, once again, for Stephen Maguire. Long red.
Good pot. Straight queuing from Stephen. Just not quite far enough on the blue. I mean, there might even be a case of playing the black here, but I think he's going to have to play it with the rest. Not where the red comes from, though. Well, there's one on the left-hand side of that cluster that is available. No, that's not hard enough. Try to force it.
6.
Because the only red that was available into the right corner was the one closest to this top cushion, but he's not on it. So just a safety to play. Needs a good cue ball. If he misses a yellow, it will be.
Stephen Maguire,
But he didn't
6.
miss the yellow. Fractions. If he runs past the yellow, he'll have Mark Selby in all kinds of trouble. Not now.
Just going back to that blue, John. Why didn't he take the black with the rest? It would have opened up that pocket for at least one of the reds. It was so much more of a difficult shot, the blue in and out of ball. But the rest with the black, it would have looked pretty straightforward.
Yeah, there's a couple of shots that Stephen's played this evening, which is very unlike Stephen. Maybe he's got a game plan. Remember the first frame when he had that red in between the gap? He turned it down. I've never seen him do that before, so maybe he just feels that doesn't want to push the ball out too much. You know, and it's a choice. Sometimes you don't feel that confident, particularly in the early frames. So just keeping in touch with Mark and not taking too many chances, but sometimes that can come back to haunt you, as it did in the first frame.
Yeah, you've got to be careful that you don't sort of go into a shell. You've got to stick to your strengths. Maybe just didn't feel comfortable playing with the rest. It's his choice.
It's a big target, that. Yellow and brown, and he's found it. Good shot. Now, is there a gap between yellow and brown to play safe down the left-hand side of the table? Because you couldn't get back to ball. There's always a gap. Much too thick, though. And, well, the fact that Stephen Maguire now can cue at this freely, he's not going to be hampered by green or brown. And this red just to the right of the black. He could pot this and possibly hole for the black. Big shot.
Yeah, there's pressure on it because he knows he's going to be leaving reds if he misses. Oh, well played. Oh, he just didn't get enough on the cue ball. He's disappointed. Just tried to hold it. Need a full ball contact on that red. Just got a half ball. Lost it. No position.
Green ball. Stephen Maguire, 1.
No way back to the back end from this position for Mark Selby. So he'll be looking to play a little containing safety. The red closest to the right corner, come off the right-hand side cushion, nestle to that. But if he doesn't catch it just right, he could leave a pot on. Yeah, lovely touch. Well, not the best safety shot, but doesn't look at first glance he's left anything. No. Well, Stephen, have a look. Is he looking at the pot on this red? No, he's just playing safe. Target. Trying to get him behind yellow and brown. Needs to run past the yellow. And it has done, so that's an excellent shot and a perfect length.
He's competing very well in the department. So he's just coming down. He's going to lay the cue ball next to this red that's close to the bottom right corner pocket. And he's just coming down to make sure that he doesn't leave a free shot for Stephen A possibility of a red into the middle pocket. As he left the red, Stephen having a good look, but not entertaining it. So once again, cue ball back up, trying to get cover with using the yellow and brown if you can. Don't think he's going to take that red on. Couldn't get over towards the yellow and brown, but still try to make sure, get close to that ball cushion. Looks pretty good.
Well, if he's trying to get back to the ball, Ken, he'll have to hit this absolutely perfect. No, it had to be so precise, and it's a mistake. It's one of those where all the reds are in the open. It's the opening red that is key here. Closer to the cushion than you would like to be, so it makes this first pot a little bit more difficult. But if it goes in, there's some reward there. Reds situated as they are. So it's all about this first red.
Yeah, this is one that you just got to trust your cue action here. Just cue it smoothly. Can't try and bail out here. If you bail out, you could possibly miss it. You've got to play this full-blooded. There's one of these reds he can just possibly hold the cue ball for the black into the right corner, but he's shaping up, digging down on the cue ball, trying to hold it. No, didn't like it at all. And the fact that he was leaving reds, that just added to the pressure, made that pot so much more difficult.
Yeah, I couldn't have played that red myself. I'd have played the left-hand one of the two up there and go up for blue or something. It sort of took a little bit of pressure off the pot, playing it that way. It could be a costly miss, no doubt about it.
1.
So that poor safety shot from Mark Selby cost him nothing, and he comes to the table with a great chance.
Eight. Nine.
I think he played for pink here. He could just hold the cue ball for the red into the left corner.
$50. 16.
No, it's not ideal. I'd like to have a better angle on this black, so he's going to have to work the cue ball off two cushions, back up for that red. And he's played that nice, judged that lovely.
23.
Yeah, this is an important red to get rid of as well, because the two just to the right of it will now become available into the left corner as well as the right corner. The fact he's just given it a little extra bit of thought. He's not too happy with the potting angle. Won't miss it, but had to play
24.
a delicate little shot on the pink and played it perfectly.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot. Could have got away. Just played the cue ball past that red so he didn't have to bridge over the red.
$30. 31.
Played that nicely. Lots of right hand side, checking it off that right hand cushion, giving himself a nice angle on the black.
$38.
Quick glance at the score, 31 points in the lead, so these three reds, high value colours. He's still going to need one of those reds that is tied up, unless he goes
39.
up for the red eventually in bulk. A bit of work to do here for Max Selby to get over the line.
Well, he had a chance, Stephen.
45.
It was a tough red, but one that he would have expected to get.
46.
Will he get another chance this frame? It's looking increasingly unlikely.
Yeah, but once again, not the best positional shot. He doesn't have a great angle on this black. Just to punch it around off two cushions once again, but yeah, played that nicely. 46
50.
points. Another glance at the score, which means he needs 14 points from two reds, two loose reds, unless he dislodges, as I said, those reds beneath the black. And that's what he's trying to work out. How is he going to get the 14 points?
Yeah, two reds, two pinks would get him there. Red, blue, red, black would. So that's what he's decided to do.
54.
Play for the blue, and then this red that's in the bulk end, off that, play for the black. And then Stephen Maguire will need a snooker. So
59.
all about potting this red and getting good position on the black.
Looks
60.
a little bit short. Yeah, it's short, but he won't be doing anything heroic with the cue ball here. Just make sure the black. Yeah, that was the important ball. It sort of puts his opponent in the snooker's required stage, but with 4 reds
67.
left and 60 behind, certainly can't take things for granted. This was the miss for Mark Selby's misplaced safety. It could have been easier. Could have been a lot easier. Didn't expect him to miss it though.
Max Selby 67.
Yeah. Took them well, played some good positional shots. But once snooker required, it wouldn't be the first time that we've seen a player come back from that situation. Capacity audience here tonight at Venue Cymru. A different kind of crowd, say, than we get Ali Pally and places like that, Ken. You know, show a lot of respect for the players at the table. And it creates a lovely atmosphere. Proper theatre.
Yeah, it's been great all week, hasn't it, John? From the first day, last Monday, 10 o'clock in the morning. Big crowds in. Well supported. And that's why we'll keep coming back. Oh, he tried that. He'll probably give the nod. He does. He gives the nod, and the concession comes. So, good frame from Mark Selby. A nice break. It was a misread from Stephen Maguire that cost him. Selby goes one frame ahead, 6-5.
For him now, really, if he can get into the mid-session interval of this evening at 6 frames all, he's going to be really happy. I mean, Mark Selby's got his chance now, hasn't he? If he can win this frame, he puts that 2 frames gap again ahead. So still a long way to go, all to play for, but obviously this is a bigger frame for Stephen Maguire than it is for Mark Selby.
And one more frame to go then, before we all get a break.
Well, to break off. Well, he's left a pot on. Yeah, you can get through to this. But got it too thin. Yeah, so far this evening, Ken, it's been one of these matches where a player is feeding off the other one's mistakes in the main.
Yeah, they're not getting in off their own bat, are they? Long ball and then winning the frame, but still, it is dramatic. You know, they're both getting chances, both missing. Still think there's going to be a few twists and turns before we get to that magical number 9. Lots of snooker left in this, I'm sure. But Stephen Maguire's back a little bit against the wall. Big frame for him. Level things back up before the mid-session interval. He's had his chances. He could have won all the frames so far tonight. This looks a good line behind the green. Very good. Playing off 2 cushions, trying to nestle onto this red. Just on the top cushion. Got it off 1, but I'll be happy with that. Good shot, nice pace. Ooh, well, I say that. Is that red just to the right of the black? Is it cuttable back into this bottom right corner pocket?
Well, surely not. No. Mark looking at the balk end where to leave the cue ball. Doesn't look as though he can hide behind the balk colour, so imperative he gets a good length tight to that balk cushion, and this looks pretty good.
He's got to be careful here, Stephen. He's going to be playing off the left-hand side of this bunch, but Got to be careful he doesn't knock a red towards this right corner pocket. Or the left corner. He's going to need help off the blue, and I don't think he's got it. Always a problem when you're playing at that pace. Red can invariably go either over the left-hand side or the right-hand side pocket. That's exactly what's happened. Mistake.
One.
Well, not the best positional shot from Mark. But as I say, if you're going to be wrong side of blue, it's best to have plenty of angle so you can manoeuvre the cue ball. Beautifully played. Had to get so much backspin there, and the left-hand side helped the cue ball come down, and he's perfect on this red. Just stun it in for the black to the opposite corner.
Seven.
Yeah, that blue was just a wonderful positional shot. Oh, well. Got a little kiss off the red, just beneath the black, and
14.
may be able to just dig into the cue ball here, get the black into the same pocket, but just wasn't expecting that little kiss on the red.
Just get through to the middle of the cue ball.
$15.
And now there'll be no hesitation here. Pot the black and smash into that cluster. This frame could be all about this shot.
I'm just looking, John, is he a little bit low? Does he have to really dig into the cue ball, which means he can't hit it so hard? You can see it's just below the line of the black. If it was just an inch further up, it would be straightforward. But this way, he can't hit it hard. He's got to really dig into the cue ball, get the screw on the cue ball really early. Trying to see, can he knock one of those reds towards the right centre pocket and still be on a red into the corner.
$22. Touching ball.
He had to play that slow and just hope that he was on this red into the right corner, bridging over the reds. He's judged it lovely. Excellent shot.
23.
Back in prime position now.
$30. $31.
I think there may just be one red immediately above the black that's available after this red. Needed a precise positional shot to get on it. Well, he's come low on the black, so he can play the cannon.
Well, he's had a look to see does that red go into the right corner, but it's a shot he's normally so good at. Once again, lots of screw in the cue ball. There you see it, into the pack, and he's okay. He's got a red into the left centre. Nice split.
44. $45.
Yeah, another good solid pot into the left centre.
Lost the cue ball
50.
there. He played for this red to the left middle, but wanted to be on it straighter than this. You see it clearly goes, just makes it missable. Not being straight. But no problem. Right in the heart of the pocket.
53.
It's hard to see him making any mistakes now, and he has taken these really well. And that's the vibe I'm getting at the moment, Ken, that when Mark gets in, I just feel he's going to score better than Stephen.
60.
Yeah, and he's starting to go through the gears, isn't he? He's got a better command of the cue ball, there's no doubt about that. Oh, hold on. Hold on, just as I say that. Well, would you
Selby,
believe
60.
it? Another ball into that pocket. Missed the black in the first frame. What a miss.
Amazing. Amazing what can be missed, and I could only put it down to the fact he took the red for granted. So Stephen Maguire comes to the table, 60 points behind, 83 remaining. Now, does he play a cannon on these two reds touching each other near the top cushion? Just want to be careful they're not a plant and one of them doesn't finish up in the corner pocket, but if he's got the angle, you feel he's got to play the cannon. It was going towards the pocket, but in all honesty, it would never have gone in. Still a few awkward reds to sort out, but it's a chance. A chance, Ken, that when you sign your chair thinking you lost the frame, they always seem a bit better, don't they, these chances, because you thought you'd lost and now you've got a chance to win.
Well, how often would you see Max Selby in a match, but even in a season, to miss a chance like that? He knocked that red just slightly off the top cushion to make it a little bit easier for himself. Now the only difficult red is that red that's on the left hand side cushion, but he won't worry about that just yet. We'll leave that till possibly last. Oh, well, I say that. He's tried to knock it out now, and he's done a good job. Great shot. He had a nice angle on the black. He took the opportunity, and he couldn't have played any better. So no safe red on the table.
Yeah, now if he's got an angle on that, has he got an angle or is he too straight on this red? Can he get the right side of the blue? He's screwing back for the pink.
25.
Not perfect. Back to the blue. He's got to be careful if he plays the blue, though. He's got to avoid brown or yellow. Well, is he eyeing up the green? No, it's the blue. Doesn't like it. It's got so much work to do with the cue ball. The pink's the easier pot, but not guaranteed position.
Blue ball.
So blue it is. Good pot. Now how's the cue ball going? Absolutely inch perfect. If he'd have picked it up with his hand, he couldn't have placed it better.
$31.
Well, certain frames in matches you look back on and you say, well, that was a pivotal frame. That turned the match in
30.
one player's favour. Could this be one of those frames for Stephen Maguire? And for
39.
Mark Selby, he's nicely on the pink. He can screw off the side cushion, back for that red. Doesn't want to land straight on this red. He's got to leave himself an angle. Oh, he's played it lovely. Look at that. Perfect. He's okay.
45.
Yeah, he felt as though he'd come off that top cushion a bit quicker than he would have liked. He can get through to this. It's no gimme. But this red, any colour. This seems to be the hardest shot left. Got to fully commit.
Yeah, don't overcomplicate things. Play for the black. Just drop it in. Give it a chance to get in the pocket. Don't try and play it. If he plays it with pace, it's missable. If he drops it in for the black, I don't think he'll miss it. If he plays this, screwing it in, he could miss it. Well, he's played it with pace. He's played for the blue. He's okay. He's played it well.
Massive frame now, this is. And showing what great character he's got. This was a Selby miss. Riddle me
51.
that.
$53.
Green, brown, blue, pink to go into the mid-session interval all square. Never saw this coming when Mark Selby was at the table.
56.
Just 3 more pots to level the match once again. What a contribution this is from Stephen Maguire.
$60.
And perfect on the blue. So just drop this in beyond the pink.
$65.
Well, Mark Selby will be kicking himself, but every credit to Stephen Maguire. What a contribution this is. Back against the wall. In goes the pink.
71.
Doesn't matter about the black.
71.
What a frame to win and what a frame to lose. Mid-session interval. All square once more. 6 apiece. Well, thank you,
13.
Ian.
Stephen
And
Maguire
you
to
can
break.
tell now from the reaction of the crowd, they're really getting into this now. Every mistake now will be magnified. Once again, not the best break-off shot from Stephen Maguire. He's left his half-ball pot on this red to the left corner. And he's not got a good cue ball. this occasion. Not punished. And it is interesting listening to the guys talking in the studio about Mark Selby putting bad shots behind him. But that last frame, rolling that straight red in, I mean, you certainly question yourself as to how you missed it. Terrific safety from Stephen Maguire. Looking at the possibility of a 3-ball plant. Maybe not so much to get it, but concerned about knocking the red over the corner. Imperative gets back to balk. Pacey. Was trying to find the balk cushion, not the balk line, but I think the blue may have come to his rescue. Yep. The most obvious pot, just can't get through to it. There's another one, but you play that, you're going to be running into other reds. It's a tough pot and no guarantee of position. Mistake. Couldn't afford to hit a balk colour there. But Mark had the same problem that Stephen had. Pots on, but you can't avoid running into other balls. But there's a red, I've just noticed, 2 down from the pink. Looks as though it's potable into the left corner. That's a nice flick off the green. Next mistake by either player could be costly. And that's a mistake. Got the safety too thick. That's why he ran into the blue. Not the easiest of chances this. Black tied up, pink not available. So how do you get up the table and maybe get on blue or balk colour at full stretch? Well, he's managed to get the cue ball back at the table. He'd prefer the blue. He'd like the blue on its spot. But the yellow's the easiest pot. After his stint in the studio, Dominic has arrived. It's getting very interesting, this, Dom.
Oh, it certainly is, absolutely. Steve Maguire hasn't been ahead at any time in this final. But I just wonder how much losing that previous frame for the interval will have upset Mark Selby. Having said that, what a clearance it was from Steve Maguire.
Yeah, he certainly, well, informed Mark Selby that you give him half a chance, he's going to take it. So he's playing the yellow. As I say, the yellow's the easier pot than the blue, but he feels though this is the best opportunity to get next on the next red. Just underscrewed it slightly.
3.
He's on the pot, but don't think he can avoid the red just below it. There you see the red he's on. Well, there's another red. The one just to the left of the black. Trying to get on the black, it was always going to be difficult, and that's end of break.
Yes, it was always a tall order, wasn't it, to keep that break going with the black where it is. But he's certainly opened up things a little more now. I'm just wondering whether he can play thin off the yellow and try and get the cubal in behind the brown here.
Brown ball.
That's a telling safety. The red just to the right of the black would be lovely to drop in behind, but how does he get there?
Yeah, he's going to have to come off 2 cushions. The danger with this shot is the second cushion. It really slides. It's those two, the red you mentioned, the one to the right and the black, it's the other two. He doesn't want to overhit this and find that gap because he could leave a red on. So it's a 2 cushion, possibly 3 cushion escape. Good line, but I don't think it's hard enough.
Foul. Namas. Mark Selby 4.
The good thing here, from Steve Maguire's point of view, is that even if he doesn't make contact with the reds, he's unlikely to leave one on.
Foul. Namas. Mark Selby 4.
Yeah, but of course with the misrule, keep being replaced, and I always say, you know, sometimes these foul points that are given away, you never know how it can affect the end of a frame, whether a player needs just the blue or blue and pink. He's got the line twice, just needs an extra ounce of pace. Well, he's hard enough this time. Has he got the same line? Has he got the same line? Good shot.
Touching ball.
Well, and that won't be music to Stephen Maguire's ear. Here's the referee has called touching ball, so it's a nice, easy return to balk for Mark Selby. Just a little reminder, when it's touching ball, you fire away and you're deemed to have hit it. Good length of cue ball there. Not making this safety shot any easier. And that's all he's got to go at, a safety.
Fantastic auditorium, wonderful setup here. Great atmosphere. All our spectators here absolutely glued to their seats, enjoying every moment of this pulsating final. But that hasn't worked out particularly well from Steve Maguire's point of view. There's a chance here for Mark Selby to pop this red into the corner pocket, maybe stun into the two reds to the right of the black to hold for it. Big shot this.
One.
Wanted to just catch the two reds together. I think, though, there was probably too much pace in the cue ball anyway to hold for the black, so just another good safety now.
Yeah, but this time with the problem, the red adjacent to this right corner pocket, he's got to cover the line to that.
Mark Selby, one.
Which he's done with the green.
There are two reds together just to the right of the pink that may be set for a plant for this right corner, and if Stephen Maguire thinks that the safety shot is too difficult, he may be compelled to take it on. There you see them. That can be made.
Yes, it's fraught with danger, but sometimes when you can't see a good safety, you do try and pot your way out of trouble. Be a brave man to go for it, but what's the alternative?
All I'm going to say is I'd rather lose a frame by taking something on than playing a poor safety and leaving the lot on for my opponent, as Stephen could easily do here.
Well, he's had another look at it. I think if you're going to play for it, you fully commit. Don't try and edge your bets. Looks like he's going to take this plant on. It begs the question, did he? I'll tell you what, he'll be very pleased with where the cue ball's finished. Maybe that's exactly how he played. Played the plant to knock the red away from the corner. If that was the case, very well played. Well, the bump of the little pocket, well, he'd have been unlucky to leave it, and then he was lucky not to leave it. Run of the ball. That's what makes this game of snooker so cruel sometimes. Yeah, with that yellow and brown not being on the spots, if you could get in behind one of those two colours, you'd have your opponent in lots of trouble. That was the target that Mark Selby aiming for. Bit too thin for that, and catching the bump of the middle pocket. So not the best safety shot. Can Steve Maguire play a better one? I think this red, second from the right, does go to the left corner, but he's got to avoid that red that's close to the top cushion. Imperative there, you see. It goes, but can't afford to run into that red that's close to the top cushion.
Awkward cueing as well, and there would be a likelihood that you could catch this red all wrong because of that awkward cueing. Well, John, you're absolutely right. He caught the red.
Well, that was a poor shot, I'm afraid to say.
One.
Just stopped in time. And this blue going on its spot will certainly help for scoring purposes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the red I'd like to play for next would be the one just to the left of the pink. Then he could pop the pink into the right corner and get that back onto its spot.
Six. Seven.
A few times in this frame, Mark has tried to get position on the black. No need to bother with that now. Just concentrate on pink and blue.
Thirty.
Well, it looks like it goes to pink.
Fourteen.
Well, that wasn't quite the cannon that Mark Selby was looking for there. Wanted a fuller contact on the second red.
20.
Bit of a thin cut back now.
21.
Well, he had a straight one on instead to the right corner. Wrong side of the blue, but with the yellow and brown off their spots, I don't think it should cause any problems here for Mark Selby to get nicely on his next red.
$26.
That's finished up quite nicely.
$27.
So 40 points the lead. This pink 46. So 3 more reds. Colours would get into snooker's required. Hard to see where it can go wrong, but we've seen what can happen this evening. So take nothing for granted. I'm certain Mark Selby won't be.
$34.
Well, that looks to be absolutely perfect. You can just roll through past the 2 reds to play them in the opposite corner now.
$40. $41.
So just this red will put him 61 points in front with just 59 remaining.
47.
I don't think there's any way back to the table now for Stephen Maguire. That poor positional shot has cost him dear. When I say positional shot, of course, I mean the pot that he went for. He couldn't afford to run into the red near the top cushion.
53.
That was always going to spell danger. And it's cost him the frame, no doubt now.
54.
Just to remind you, 9 is the target. 9 frames will give the winner a chance to lift the Ray Reardon trophy. And both of these players, having won the Welsh Open before, a chance to
60.
win it for a second time. Doesn't matter about that red. Stephen Maguire will stay in his seat. Poor safety cost him. Mark Selby in front once again. 7-6.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's been a fascinating final. You know, I think Maguire has done really, really well. He's playing good snooker, and there's very, very small margins. I still think there's an awful lot of snooker left in this final. I really do. I think there's a big frame, obviously, coming up, but I think Maguire is playing well enough, you know, to be able to, you know, stick with Selby all the way, right to the end.
Yeah, interesting thoughts there. I'm just looking at the relative pot success statistics for the players. Steve Maguire's pot success is at 86%, but Mark Selby's is at 91%. So I think that's all the more commendable that Steve Maguire is just a frame behind. But as I said in the studio, it's very wearing when you're always a frame behind. You're always having to fight to peg your opponent back and not fall 2 frames behind. Now wouldn't be a good time for that to happen.
Looks like he's playing the thick safety, opening the reds up, swinging the cue ball round off 3 cushions. Pretty good. Good cue ball. Just puts a little bit more pressure now on Mark's safety with the reds being open. So much so that Mark decided to play just a containing safety. Just trying to nestle in behind the black here. Has he? Has he? If he hasn't, he's left a red to the far left corner. Can he get through to it? Do you know, I think he can. I think he can see enough of this red to play the pot. Not much to do with the cue ball. That was a little bit careless from Stephen Maguire to leave any type of shot.
I think Steve Maguire is very fortunate there that Mark Selby missed that red. I have to say, I expect Mark Selby to knock more of those in than miss them. Wasn't really particularly close with it either. Can Stephen cut this red into the corner pocket? It's a very thin one. The red to the right of the black. Big shot this is, my goodness.
The white, yeah.
Well, it was a thin cut, and he's missed it. And now we go back to his seat. I'm wondering how costly that will be, because Mark Selby's been left with a nice, easy starter.
One. Four. Five.
Saw a glimpse of Steve Maguire there. He realised the severity of the mistake that he made. Now Mark Selby's played for red here into the right corner. I just wonder if the cue ball has just run too far. He still has a red to the right centre though. If he plays it delicately enough, he should be able to play for the black in the left corner. Oh, he's on this red anyway.
Eight. 14. $15.
Settle for that. He wasn't happy with the potting angle, so decided to play the cannon, and for a moment it looked like it could go wrong, but he's landed absolutely plumb on this red. And Stephen Maguire will be thinking he might not get back to the table now. And of course they're all big frames. But this one, if Mark Selby can win it at this visit, goes within one frame of victory and his second Welsh Open title. It's a great chance.
$29.
Not ideally on a red to the left corner, so choosing to play this straighter red to the right corner, but he'll need the rest. And the extension on his cue. He's missed a few with the rest, 70%, not great. But he's certainly knocked that one in.
30.
He's perfectly on the black. Had to go back though to that frame before the mid-session interval where Mark Selby made that break of 60, missed that simple red to the left corner, and what a clearance from Steve Maguire. Can't help feeling though the interval came at a really good time for Mark Selby to have played the next frame straight afterwards and put that mistake out of his mind. This is the red that he missed. How did he miss this? Mark Selby never misses those. Pressure. And it cost him. But he's regrouped very, very well.
$38.
He's got lovely control of the cue ball now. Nice tight control.
45. $46.
Well, a little bit straight on this black, so he may play for the red just below it.
$53.
The break, 53, is the lead.
$54.
So just one more good positional shot. I think there's two reds just to the right of the pink as Stephen Maguire looks on, fearing the worst, I would imagine. Certainly the 1-2 away from the pink is possible, and he's landed on it nicely.
61.
Quick glance at the scoreboard. Well, unless he plays for the black. If he was get red-black, he'd get to snooker's required, but he'll have to play for the pink or the blue. In that case, he'll need red colour and one more red.
62.
Yeah, we knew it was at the time when Stephen Maguire
67.
played that thin cut to the corner. It was always going to be a very dangerous shot. And if it didn't go in, he was leaving everything. And Mark Selby made no mistake at this visit. That was the one. That was the thin cut. But he's taken these well, Dominic, hasn't he? Solid as a rock.
Yes, somehow Mark Selby always seems to find a way. He's fantastic at putting disappointments behind him.
76.
This will be the first time there's been a 2 frames gap between the players since Mark Selby led at the first mid-session interval. He took a 3-1 lead. There's never been more than a frame between them since.
83. '84.
Already made a century break in the match. That was in frame 7. He's had lovely control of this cue ball.
91.
Yeah, the natural angle is to run him into the green, so he's trying to widen the angle, I think. Well, decides to drop it in dead weight.
92.
So, well, he'll need to judge this nicely. Deep screw off the brown, trying to get to this last red. Well, in the end, he's played for the double, folks. Here we go.
96.
Got the double.
97.
Yeah, his second century of the final. Wonderful cue
101.
ball control. And more importantly,
103.
now 1 frame away from lifting the Ray Reardon trophy.
$106.
Stephen Maguire's point of view, from now on in, he's got to try and play no miss snooker. Can't afford any more mistakes. Every decision he makes, he's got to fully commit. Tries to move the pink down the cushion. Another double. Or a treble. He's played the treble. He's played the treble. He's got the treble. No reaction from Stephen Maguire. It's Mark Selby as he's on centre stage. He's having a, like us, sit back and admire. Quality break of 121. Mark Selby now 2 clear and 1 away from the title. 8-6.
As Ken said, you know, 3 frames left. He's got to win all 3 frames. So, you know, it's a big task ahead of him, but he can only do it 1 frame at a time. So, the most important thing is to win this frame. He's still in the match.
The 2013 Welsh Open winner, Stephen Maguire, but it's now or never if he wants to do it again.
Yeah, and I think, Dominic, type of player he is, Stephen Maguire, I think he'll now go for his shots, but it's a fine line to tread, isn't it? Do you push the boat out too much? Once again, not the best break-off. He's left a possible pot on.
Yes, he has. And Mark Selby will avoid cannoning into the black on the way back to baulk here, so can take it on. Oh, he's got it. Hardly surprising, really, when you consider Mark Selby has made breaks of 67, 60, 60 and 128 in that previous frame. He's potting and scoring very well now. Didn't quite land on a baulk colour there, though. Brown is cuttable, but is it worth the risk? No, quite rightly too. Just rolling in behind the yellow and keeping the pressure on Steve Maguire.
Mark Selby, 1.
Well, he's hit the reds, but come in that side, and he didn't really have much of an option. He was always going to leave a shot at this red in the open. Could be to far right corner, right centre. And if you can pot this, get position on a colour, it's a decent chance.
Steve Maguire will have his concerns now. Wasn't an easy escape by any means. Maybe he was actually trying to cannon into the red from the attempted escape from the snooker that Mark Selby's just potted, actually. Just missed it, caught the bottom of the pack of reds and left it on. And Mark Selby's positional play these last few frames has been excellent. And that's another good positional shot.
5.
Steve Maguire now will be wondering whether he'll be returning to the table in this year's Welsh Open.
Six. $13. $14.
Yeah, there's Mark Selby's pot success. And I think all
21.
evening he's looked as though he was always going to score. It's just that unexpected miss we've seen from him that has cost him a couple of frames.
22.
But he's looking good now. And of course, when he sees the winning line, a serial winner that he is, he ain't going to balk at it.
$29.
Just a touch short of pace there, Mark Selby. I don't think he can play for the black now. And he probably expected to bring
30.
a couple more reds into play than he did. In fact, he's just cannon one towards that left-hand side cushion. But with the angle he has on the blue here, so we have another look at that replay. That red just finding the side cushion. But he has a good angle here on the blue to maybe go in between the yellow and the brown and come down and break open that pack of reds. Oh, how well has he played He may not be on anything.
And that's what I always say when you run into the reds. And that was perfect. That was the perfect hit. And as Dominic has just said, what's he on? Amazing. Unbelievable if he hasn't got a pot on. And you know, I don't think he has.
And Johnny said a few moments ago that Steve Maguire will probably take 1 or 2 pots on now, and I'm sure he will. But if Mark Selby were to play into bulk, there would be probably a choice of a couple that he could go for, and that's why he decided to leave the cue ball behind the black spot. And how often does Mark Selby play the wrong shot? Very rarely.
Mark Selby, 35.
Yes, and also one of the best in the business at protecting a lead. Put that red against the right-hand side cushion. A little bit of insurance should Stephen get in. Just messing the table up, so to speak.
"5 hours and counting. Hard. Matt Snooker. And whenever you play Mark Selby, that's exactly what you'll be in for. It's been so well attended all week, the Welsh Open here in Llandudno. Quite naturally, capacity house here for the final.
He obviously doesn't want to play off the reds that are on either side cushion because he, as I say, he's keeping that as insurance, so he's trying to find another way back to balk. This looks dangerous though to me. Look dangerous, that shot. Well, it's fortunate not to leave that pot on, but a chance for Stephen Maguire to get the upper hand in the safety exchange.
Well, he's got a good cue ball, but the red that's just below the brown, the one that Steve Maguire has just played, hasn't really travelled far enough, and it's cuttable, but very risky.
Yes, as you can see enough of the red to play the pot, but I agree with Dominic, it's very risky, and it'd be unlike Mark Selby, who, remember, he's trying to protect that 36-point lead, to take an undue risk. But he's having a look at the potting angle, so I can only assume he's taking it on. Terrific pot, and he's finished up on the pink to the middle. Nearly went in off. And rattling the jaws, flicking that red to finish on the pink. Well, Stephen will be thinking, that's the end. Fortunate to have the shot. Can't get comfortable. Knows the importance. If he knocks this in, it could be frame and match winner.
Well, as you say, John, he
Marcel,
just
one.
couldn't get comfortable on it. And because of that, it became missable pots, and just a touch of pressure may have took hold there. Like you, John, I think Mark Selby realised if he pots that pink, frame and match and championship were at his mercy. What a reprieve for Steve Maguire.
Steve Maguire comes to the table 37 points behind. Plenty of points to play with. He's done it a couple of times in this match already. Pull frames out of the fire. Can he do it again? It's not a bad situation. Although he should have been straighter on this red. Can he pot this red without running into the black? No, he can't, so he's going to have to develop the black. It shouldn't be too difficult, but don't take your eyes off the pot.
Eight.
Well, he's misjudged it. The black is cuttable, but he's going to have to take the cue ball around the houses now. And if you do have too much of an eye on the positional aspects of the shot, you could easily miss this black.
Well, would you believe it? Mind you, I'm looking where the cue ball's finished. It begs the question, if it had dropped, what would he have been on? Nothing.
Much too thin there. Oh, what a cannon from cue ball to green, John.
Yep. A run of the ball once again there, but he's going to have to take this red on, Stephen Maguire. There's no safety. It'd have been a lot easier. This red to the left corner, it'd been a lot easier if he'd have had his hand on the table. Musket. And the dreaded double kiss. Could that be his last shot in this year's Welsh Open? Highly likely.
I think this is probably the only way he could have left the red. The double kiss, he would have been on the blacks. The only red he could have left. And I'm sure from Stephen Maguire's point of view, it's just a typical result.
One.
Pot the black, these three reds in the middle of the table will be enough. He doesn't need the two reds close to the side cushions. It's all about judging the positional shot here. And that's inch perfect. So I think Stephen now will be resigned.
8.
But look on the bright side, Stephen. You've had a few years in the wilderness. And you've proved to everybody, and hopefully yourself, you've still got
9.
it. So use this as a building block for the rest of the season. But he's such a tough competitor, Mark Selby, isn't he, Dominic?
He really is.
15.
He seems to shrug off any disappointment. Amazing at putting those disappointments behind him and focusing on the task in hand and getting on with the next frame. That's why he's a great champion that he is. 23 world titles World ranking titles under his belt already. This would be a 24th.
16.
So, this black to go 52 points in front with just 51 remaining. Straight on the black, but it shouldn't matter. Screw on and off the side cushion for the red into the right middle. Which is played perfectly. No way back now for Stephen Maguire. But he certainly made a final of it. Mark Selby would have come in favourite, obviously, with his record, 4 times world champion. And as I say, Stephen Maguire, a few years in the wilderness, but let's hope this is a sign of Stephen getting back where he belongs, because he is, without doubt, a top 16 player. The red's not gone in. Decision time for Stephen. Yes, he comes and shakes his hand, says, well played. Nothing you can do about it.
Mark Selby. Once again, your champion, Mark Selby.